Yes, Miss Helliwell.
Mr. Goddison, if I can please hand Your Honour a copy of Tender Bundle, Volume 7, Binder 4, and I also have a copy for the witness. This is a binder which will be tendered through Mr. Hogg later on, but it just includes documents that I'd like to refer to.
Yes.
And they're documents, as I understand it, that were also in Mr. Talifoa's statement, so he's aware of them.
Yes. I think I had noted there was references to documents of that kind.
So if I can please take you to tab 7.143, and it should be, when you get there, document ID number. I'll wait for you to both find the tab so that we can ensure the document ID is correct.
Oops. Mine is responsible gambling program. That's the first of the documents.
That's it. And then document number STA.6005.0001.0131. Have you got that, Mr. Talifoa?
I do have that.
So this is the responsible gambling program that we referred to yesterday. We see here from the front page that it was approved on the 14th of October 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And there were some minor editorial changes or error fixes, no substantive policy changes on the 22nd of November 2021.
Yes.
And if I can please take you to page number 2 of that document with the reference number of page number 133 up the top of the page. And in the third paragraph, it states that the STAR is committed to providing best practice responsible gambling environments that minimise gambling-related harm to individuals and to the broader community. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And is that still the case?
Yes, that is.
If I can now take you to page number 7 of that same document. And about a third of the page down, there's the heading Remote Exclusions.
Yes.
And that says that if a person does not wish to come to the casino to self-exclude/ban themselves, they have the option of having the exclusion processed at a nominated gambling help service. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, I don't need to take you there unless you want me to, but in line with the STAR's strategy that we discussed yesterday, this section of this document will need to be updated. Is that correct?
As we move to an online option, then yes, it would need to be.
And online exclusions in 2022 would be best practice to minimise gambling-related harm. Is that correct?
It'd provide, yes, that, and it would provide just another option for somebody to seek exclusion, or to a pathway for them, an easier pathway for them to access exclusions, self-exclusions.
Online self-exclusions should have occurred a long time ago, shouldn't it?
It's an option that we're looking at now, which really came up in our strategy now. It's not something I believe that was considered previously, but it certainly is a consideration now.
And your website would have that functionality, wouldn't it?
We haven't actually worked out the process and the details of doing that. It's certainly in our strategy as something we want to do. And so the development of that will be what we do from now.
I've had a look at your online website. There's an online form for reaching out to an expert about a function. There's an online form about guest feedback in respect of the hospital. There's an online form to subscribe to the latest news. There's an online form to book a hotel room. There's an online form to apply for a job. But there's still no online form to self-exclude, is that right?
That's correct. That's in our new strategy.
By not having an online form to self-exclude, the Star has made it harder for people who choose to self-exclude. So these are people who they themselves wish to self-exclude. The Star has made it harder for those people by not having an online option, hasn't it?
This is something we haven't explored before, but we certainly want to make it easier.
Why hasn't it been explored before?
Look, it's something that came up in the new strategy. I'm not sure about the thinking in the past, but I've been there. And it hasn't really been something that's been on our radar, but it certainly is something we want to do now.
If I could,
May I ask
yes.
whether the online exclusion that's under consideration is group-wide based, or will there be an option within it for the person to exclude online only in relation to a given casino, or must it be with respect to all, or may they do it with respect to all?
Right now, we in our self-exclusion process, we offer them the opportunity to self-exclude in another state. We would want that option still to be available on an online.
On the online, yes, yes. So it's not necessary if they use the online that they exclude from all, but they may.
They may, yeah.
Yes, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I can take you to the following page, number 8, and about a third of the way down, there's the heading Contraventions.
Yes.
And that section reads, all the Star team members, staff, are required to be vigilant for excluded guests who may attempt to enter the gaming areas of the Star. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And there are approximately 6,800 excluded patrons for the Star Gold Coast and Treasury Brisbane. Is that right?
I believe that's the number, yes.
So the best case scenario would be that that's about 3,400 per casino. Is that right?
Sorry.
The best case scenario, if we divide it by 2, would be that each casino would have 3,400 excluded patrons.
If we cut it that way, yes.
It's impossible for a staff member to accurately remember and identify 3,400 people, isn't it?
Yes, it would be.
But at this stage, that's the only method if a player plays uncarded for identification. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
I can then take you to the following page. And this one is numbered 2.1.4, long hours of play. Can you see that heading?
I can, yes.
Here, under the heading approach, it identifies the Star's 2 measures to identify a guest that has exceeded specific timeframes. Is that right?
Yes.
And under this policy, the Star uses measure 1, which is activated when a guest gambles continuously for 6 hours without taking a cumulative break of 30 minutes. Is that right?
That is correct, yeah.
And measure 2 focuses on guests who have been present on site. So I assume that means the casino gambling area. Is that right? For a total of 12 hours without having a minimum of 6 hours continuous break over a 24-hour period. Is that right?
This is right, but we've since updated the way that we're managing time.
Yes.
And so that was only implemented, went live beginning of this week on the 22nd of August. So it runs on a similar kind of configuration, but it is improved and different. So what we're talking about here is a measure that we've been using, but is no longer in use as of the 22nd of August.
And what are the measures in the new updated policy that came in this week?
In the new updated one, we've gone to a 3-hour, we're developing a 3-hour interaction.
Yes.
We also we've maintained the 6-hour
Yes.
one here, where we encourage that 2 15-minute breaks are taken,
Yes.
to blocks of 15 minutes or 30 minutes. And then there's a 10-hour break, that 10-hour interaction, where we're reminding people to take breaks and encouraging them to take a break. And then at 11 hours, we're also interacting with the guests, if they've reached that, to say, start preparing to leave. And so in that time, we're expecting that person to leave before it reaches the 12-hour mark.
So you're expecting them to leave, but do you require that they leave?
But we tell them that we'll be talking to them again if they don't leave. And at the 12-hour mark, we'll be talking to them and asking them to leave.
A player might not be picked up. Well, sorry. A player will only be picked up on that timing system if they're playing with a loyalty card. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So if I wanted to avoid these timing requirements and stay at the casino longer, I could play without putting my card in the machine. Is that correct?
You could, yes.
And the triggers that you're talking about would not be captured because there's no card. So they might go missed.
The data wouldn't be, there's no data. Yes, correct.
Are you able to say if every guest who reaches those measures is contacted and told to have a break?
Every guest? We've only just started that, but that's certainly the intent. We'd like to reach as many as we can to take that break. And
who makes that first approach?
The first approach will be that I don't know their specific titles, but they're people that are from the gaming department, as we call them. So they're supervisors or managers that are from that area, and they will do some of the initial early conversations that need to happen, encouraging people to leave. And then when it gets to the point where we're about to ask them to leave, that's taken over by a more senior gaming manager who will then conduct that interaction and ensure that it's carried through.
And those senior managers, their role is not primarily safer gambling, is it? They have other functions inside the casino, don't they?
They have other functions, yes.
But their primary function is not safer gambling.
It's one of the things that they have to do, and under this new play break, as we're calling it, that's a requirement for them to conduct that interaction.
Thank you. If I can then go to the following page, page 10, and under the heading observable indicators, can you see that heading? It reads, it's important to note that if other strong indicators are observed, regardless of how long a guest may have gamed or been present in the casino, prompt action by the on-site RG team member or a gaming manager must be taken to support the guest. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now that word, those words, strong indicators, that comes up in one of your other policies, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Do you know what that policy is called or that document?
It's the identification guidelines that we referred to yesterday.
If I can please take you to that document, it is found tender bundle number, it's a few documents ahead, 7.146. And I'll give you the document ID number. STA.6004.0003.0010. And where we find the word strong indicator is on page 4 of that document, isn't it?
Sorry, I just caught up. Yes, correct.
So what the staff members are being asked to look for, which are the strong indicators, are the following. Request exclusion, is that right?
Yes.
comments that they are a problem gambler or experiencing problems with gambling. Is that right?
That's correct.
Presents with emotional distress due to gambling, expressing suicide in ideations, depression, anxiety.
Yes.
Presents in an emotional state, comments regarding gambling behaviour, impacts on personal life, finances.
Yes.
Leaves children unattended while gambling. Third party raises concerns, or they attempt suicide or harm self.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
So those are the indicators upon which, if they're observed, regardless of how long they've been present at the casino, those are the actions that would prompt action.
At any time. Yeah.
Do you think that that's appropriate? Or do you think that it should be in this policy, the risk indicators, which are found on page 3?
Sorry, I just need to understand your question. You're asking
So we're looking at
strong indicators, yes.
the responsible gambling program,
Yes.
which is the program that staff members are required to follow with respect to responsible gambling. Is that right?
Yes.
And when they're told about the observable indicators with respect to time play, they're directed only to the strong indicators. Is that right?
Not the intention of that document to do only the strong indicators, but we wanted them to make sure that action was taken if they observed that, and that it was positioned more importantly than time. And so that's why it's written like that. But under that line, and I haven't got it in front of me, but is about accessing the observable signs, but probably not articulated well in that document. But the intent is to make sure that we're not just focusing on time, that you just do not turn your attention fully to time, because at any stage in a person's visit, they may be experiencing either strong indicators or the other indicators that are in our identification guidelines. So that's the intent of that.
So whilst that's the intent, it's not what the document actually does, is it?
Probably need to read that, rewrite that, but they are always asked, as a rule, to look for all signs. So we certainly don't want them to be distracted just looking at time. It's only one of the signs that they need to find.
And then we'll move back to, please, the responsible gambling program document at tab 7.143. And the same page we were just at, page 10.
Yes, I have.
So uncarded guess. And that paragraph reads, although ascertaining the length of continuous gambling or continuous presence in the casino for uncarded guests relies on observation rather than a system record, if team members become aware that a guest who has gambled continuously, and then it refers back to measure 1, or remained in the casino for a long period of time, then it refers to measure 2, the observation must be reported so that the uncarded guest can be supported as per a carded guest. That paragraph relies upon observation alone, doesn't it?
It does.
Is it correct that in July there were approximately 373,000 visitors to the Star Gold Coast?
I'm not sure of the numbers, but I would say that seems consistent with what I understand. Yeah.
I want to be clear with that number, and I did get it from a document in your tender bundle, so I might just go to
okay,
that.
Sure, that number will be correct. Yeah.
But I want to make sure I've understood the document properly, Mr.
Sure.
Talafoa.
Sure, I understand.
So it's at tab 8.6 of your statement. This is Mr. Taliafoa's statement bundle. If you want to bring that up, 8.6.
So I need to go here?
Yes, please.
Sure, sorry.
And that should be a responsible gambling report for July 2022.
Yep.
And if I can take you to page, well, they're unnumbered actually, the STA page number 0417, third page. Does that red table there indicate that in Brisbane, there was in July 2022 about 296,000 visitors?
I believe it does.
And does that table indicate that there were about 373,000 visitors on the Gold Coast in July 2022? Have I read that right?
I'm not sure they had that many visitors in July alone. This may include some other months as well. Sorry, I can't.
Are you aware of any rough figures of how many visitors attend the casino?
Yeah, I'd say probably no. I'd need to repeat that. I apologise.
Assuming that there are, well, there were in July 333,000 visitors approximately on the Gold Coast,
Yes.
to the Gold Coast Star, and 296,000 to Treasury Brisbane. If we are relying, if the Star is relying upon observation alone of uncarded players, that's nearly an impossible task, isn't it?
Challenge. Certainly is a challenge.
But it's possible. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying we do find people that play uncarded, but it is a challenging part of our work if they're not triggering data. So it does rely on observation, but it also relies on other reports that we might receive where we see behaviour activity going, which will help us and direct us in those instances. So there is some other help that helps us with those things. It's not just straight out observation. There would be daily reports we'd look at that would assist us in determining whether that person is uncarded or not, and we will investigate that. So yeah, there are.
So there are daily reports that indicate when a patron is playing
they don't.
uncarded.
Sorry, I'll clarify that. They don't indicate that, but they certainly may point us in a direction that we'll look and examine further.
How do they do that?
For any behavioural thing that might be related to their gambling would direct us in that way.
Okay. If I can please then take you to tab 7.145, which should be the guest time play management standard.
Yes, I have that.
And document ID number sta.60005.0018.4135. If I can take you to page 2, please. It states that this standard sets out the time play management, the response to the TMP cases, the observable gambling indicators, and the follow-up of inquiries. Is that right?
That's correct.
Can you please explain how this standard links to the time play management standard? Sorry, to the identifying at-risk gamblers guide.
Oh, again, this is where we're wanting people to not just focus on time, because there could be other indicators that are present, and that we would want them to still identify those indicators when they see them. So our advice and our training to our people is to make sure that they're not just focusing on time when they're walking around the floor, that they are also taking into account other observable indicators. So that's what we're trying to achieve here.
And if I can then take you to page 3 of 4 of that document, the time play management rules.
Yes.
And I might just get you to read those rules in the table there. So we have notices to take periodic breaks and there's no staff intervention. Rule number 2, at 6 hours play, there's a staff guest conversation. At 10 to 11 hours play, there's a staff guest conversation. 11 to 12, staff guest conversation. 12 plus, another staff guest conversation. Is that right?
Yes.
Is the track via dashboard only set up to alert staff if they've reached 6 hours continuous gambling without 2 15-minute breaks?
Our track is set up to trigger all these.
So all of those set up that,
Yes.
but it's not until 12 hours of play that the gambler might be banned from the floor.
Asked to leave, yes.
It's not just those people who are playing for such extended periods of time that might suffer extreme harm from gambling, is it?
How I understand it, yes, correct.
Because they might not have money to gamble for that long. Is that right?
Quite possible.
I might then take you to page number 4 of 4, which are the observable problem gambling indicators. And it says all staff are required to know the observable problem gambling indicators. See identifying at-risk gamblers guide, volume 1.0 on the intranet. Is that right?
Yes.
So I might take you to that document, please. That's contained at tab number 7.146. And I'll read out the document ID number for the record, sta.6004.0003.0007. Do you have any plans to revise this document?
Yes, this should be reviewed and revised regularly.
When will you be revising it?
If there are changes we need to make that come from our strategy, then we should make them. So that's what we'll do. But this should be reviewed regularly anyway. Make sure that it's still relevant.
But when? So in the next 6 months, in the next 1 month, today, tomorrow? When should it be? When should it be updated?
Probably in the next few weeks as we work through our strategy.
Thank you. If I can take you to page 2 of this guide. Are you able to explain to me how this guide works with respect to the risk indicators and the strong indicators?
Yes, sure. So what we wanted people to do was to, when you talk about general indicators or risk indicators, there's the 2 categories that I talked about. So what we were trying to do is, because in the normal operation, you would wait till you see a cluster of activity before you'd actually make a determination. So you would say, I need to see these 3 things that are going to happen. And if those 3 things happen, then that probably should be an interaction that you make or a report to a manager or supervisor. What we tried to do was break that down so that we could see things earlier. So that if there was one interaction, then maybe, or one observable sign, then perhaps you should be talking to that person and just sort of encouraging them and making sure they're okay, and not waiting till there was 3. And so that was the intent behind this. Say, let's get there early. Let's give our staff the ability to do that, so that all of this is about trying to build a good prevention path as well. So that's what that's trying to do.
So is it correct that if there are 1 to 4 risk indicators, then all a STAR employee does is report and observe?
Yeah, so they would report and observe.
And if there is 5 or more risk indicators,
Yep.
they are to engage with the guest and report for action. And if there is 1 strong indicator, 1 or more strong indicators, then there is a report for immediate action. And if there is self-harm, you've got to
Absolutely.
contact security and
Yes,
safety
that's
as a
correct.
priority.
Yep.
So if I can just take you to page 3, which includes the risk indicators. So I could have 4 of these indicators, and all the Star Casinos policy tells the staff member to do is report and observe. Is that right?
Correct.
So if I look at those, I could be gambling every day of the week, which is the second dot point. I could be spending all available time or money on gambling. Is that right? I could be displaying anger, kicking, damaging a gaming machine out of anger, looking sad and crying. And then I could have, for example, third bottom one, I could not have any money for meal or transport. So I have those 4 indicators, and all the Star Casinos policy tells the staff member to do is report and observe. Is that right?
Report to a senior person. Yes, that's correct.
And observe.
Well, they continue to observe. Yep.
The policy should do more than that, shouldn't it?
Policy enables you to report those functions or those incidents or follow up. That's what they government staff will see those things, and they should report them. We want them to do that.
Do you think they should do more than just that for those signs?
And when they're reported, yes, they should be reported to somebody who can follow up or interact with those guests.
Do you think that that model of having 4 of those indicators and it just being report and observe is best practice in responsible gambling environment that minimises gambling related harm?
I believe it's a good way to identify risk and for follow-up to happen. So we're looking for these things, we're telling people what to look for, and we're keeping them vigilant. And so if they are, then I believe that's a good way to go.
But is it best practice? Because we've seen the program and it talks about best practice and that the STAR...
I believe it would be practice for us best. Yeah, our practice that we would use.
Sorry, that's not my question. Is it best practice in gamble harm minimisation?
For us, it is.
Thank you.
It seems to be to my mind, some lack of clarity as to why some indicators are risk indicators, but not strong indicators. For example, I don't know why it is that displaying anger, kicking, damaging a gaming machine out of anger, for example, is a risk indicator, as is high consumption of alcohol while gambling. They're both risk indicators. They're not strong indicators. Yet leaving children unattended while gambling is a strong indicator. Why would it be the first 2 I mentioned are not strong indicators, yet the third one is? Is there something behind that?
There is some of the indicators that are not classified as strong are behaviours you're likely to see just not only in problem gamblers or people that might be experiencing problems. The strong indicators are more likely to be those that are experiencing problems. So except, you might think that a gaming machine, somebody kicking a gaming machine might be, but it could be a one-off incident.
I see.
So these are obviously not a behaviour that we would encourage, but the general indicators, or the ones that you see here, or the risk indicators, just to repeat that, are the ones you're most likely to see, and are not just confined to people experiencing problems or harm, but in the strong ones, find those would be people who would be experiencing harm.
And is this backed up by some sort of research or
There is some research
other bases
that
which
helps that, and plus our own experiences are telling us, particularly around the strong indicators.
but the first two that I mentioned could be just one-offs, indicative, not necessarily of anything, but
it would still prompt someone doing that to the machine would still prompt an inquiry from us or an investigation.
yes. But does the research or experience show that leaving children unattended is
Probably made that determination ourselves
right.
there, that to say if you're leaving your children unattended, we consider that, and you'd rather gamble than perhaps offer the duty of care to your children. Perhaps that falls into a strong indicator. It doesn't always result in an exclusion, but it then results in an investigation that may lead to that. But yes, we'll put it there.
Thank you for that. Yes, Ms. Halliwell.
Thank you. And still on page 2, the second paragraph states a general indicator is a behaviour that when observed in isolation is not necessarily problematic. Is that correct?
Correct.
So the star's position is that one who, for example, spends all available time or money on gambling, the star says that that's not necessarily problematic.
On investigation, it might be, but it's not necessarily. Yes, that's what we're saying here.
And if I can then take you to page 3, I've just spoken about how how this document talks about reporting and observing if there are 1 to 4 indicators. And then and that's what they do, just report and observe. But if you look at the second column of page 3, it says what to do. If you see any of these signs in a guest, you should gently check with that person. Is that correct?
But it says yes, correct.
So are you gently checking for when there's one sign, or are you reporting and observing?
You're gently checking when there's one sign, and if there's more than that, you'd report and observe.
I might move on to exclusions. So we won't need those documents at the moment. If I can take you to paragraph 83 of your statement, which will be on page 11. This paragraph indicates that there are, in Queensland, across the 2 star casinos, 1,066 self-exclusions, accepting this was at the date that you swore this statement, that there were 1,066 self-exclusions. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And 665 section 93(8) exclusions. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
and that in Queensland, the total number of exclusions in the Stars casinos are about 6,829. Is that right?
That's correct.
How does the Star monitor all of those exclusions?
At the moment, they're down to observation.
Observation alone?
And any other intel that might come in to tell us that somebody's on the floor or breaching their exclusion. So it could be some of that information that comes through. Those are the main points, yeah.
In paragraph 86, you talk of relying upon physical observation and monitoring by security, surveillance, or the team, or information coming from a third party. So that might be a relative. Is that correct?
That's correct.
There's a much better way of managing exclusions, isn't there?
There is technology that probably help with that, yes.
And what technology is that?
So operators now are using facial recognition to address some of those issues around monitoring that part of exclusion.
The Star Sydney has facial recognition technology, doesn't it?
That's correct.
When did it get that technology?
Before my time here, I'm not sure of the specific date, sorry.
So at least before 2019, which is when you started at the Star.
They may have been testing, I'm not sure, and when they actually implemented, I'm not 100% sure about that.
And your internal data shows that for the Star Sydney, facial recognition technology lifted the ability to detect self-excluded persons in the Star Sydney, and that they were identifying between 8 to 10 times as many excluded persons. Is that right?
That's correct.
So I don't need to take you to that meeting? So you accept that?
I accept
That facial recognition technology detects self-excluded persons in Sydney between 8 to 10 times more.
That's a great improvement, yes.
But the Star Gold Coast and Treasury Brisbane still don't have that technology, do they?
I believe that technology is soon to be implemented. I don't know all the bits behind that and why it hasn't already, but I believe it is on the brink of being implemented in the Gold Coast. I don't know any more than that, but it is technology I know that we want.
So you don't know what soon means? You can't give me a better time frame than that?
No, I don't. I honestly, I haven't been attached to that. I've not been close to that particular project. It's being looked after by our surveillance team, so I don't have any insights into that, unfortunately. Sorry.
But if an excluded patron, which would include a person experiencing gambling harm, if they are 8 to 10 times more likely to be picked up with facial recognition technology so that they don't enter the casino, shouldn't you, as manager of responsible gambling, make it your business to know when that technology is going to be put in and be pushing for it?
So yes, I should. So I don't know the specifics. I don't know what the holdup is, but certainly the desire to get that technology in would be really useful.
When you say there's been a holdup, had it been set in train and interrupted?
Yes, as far as I'm aware, I talked to the Gold Coast a few weeks back, and it was coming. It was going to be within a week when I spoke to them, but of course it had some delays. I'm not sure what's causing those delays, but yes, the appetite to get that technology in is clearly there. There may be some technical or regulatory things that need to be satisfied. I'm not sure, and I wouldn't want to try and give you an inaccurate understanding where it is.
Very well.
But best practice in responsible gambling environments would include facial recognition technology, wouldn't you agree?
Would be a real help, yes.
But would it be best practice?
Yes.
If the focus was on safer gambling, it would have been prioritised in Queensland, wouldn't it?
I believe it still is. It's just not in there. Whatever the holdup is, I don't know. And I'm not sure I can influence that because it might be out of my control. I really don't. I can't really comment on that.
Do you know who can tell us that?
Yeah, probably somebody in the surveillance team that's closer to that project. Perhaps the management team there can assist you.
Would Mr. Hogg know?
Yeah, he would. He would.
And I take it there's nothing being done at the Treasury because it's relatively expensive to put in, and that in view of its limited future life, no point in spending a lot of money for a short time. Is that
I believe that may be the case, sir.
well? I'm sure it's got to be the case, hasn't it?
I believe it is the case, but
Thank
Would
you.
would the point be safer gambling for the patrons? To put it in the Treasury Brisbane, would that be the point?
wherever we put it in would be around safer gambling.
Thank you. So if we can move on to carded and uncarded play. And if I can take you to page 12 of your statement and then to paragraph 96. That deals with the time play management system. That system largely requires there to be carded play, doesn't it?
Yes, I've mentioned yes.
And it's nearly impossible to monitor people that aren't playing on cards, isn't it?
It would be impossible to measure their time. Wouldn't be easy to measure their time. Yes.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
If that's what we're referring to here, it would be not. It would be challenging to measure their time if they're not playing with a card.
Would it be challenging to measure their spend as well?
Yes, correct.
Would you agree that it's a near impossible task for an individual at the entrance of the casino, like the security staff, to recall the 6,826 patrons' faces and names to stop them from entering the casino?
Hard to monitor 6,000.
But a way to monitor that would be to require carded play, wouldn't it?
For somebody that's excluded,
Yes.
cards turned off when they're excluded at the moment. So,
But if every patron was required to play with a card,
yes,
would that minimise the harm that's created with excluded patrons entering the casino?
it would probably reduce the incidence of people trying to breach their exclusion terms, conditions.
And mandatory carded play would enable research to be undertaken and collection of gambling harm data, wouldn't it?
It'd be more data that we could access, yes.
And it would allow a full analysis of the data to be undertaken.
You'd have visibility of the data, yes.
And given those things I've just discussed, carded play would then be best practice to minimise gambling harm, wouldn't it?
Well, in my view, it would go some way to helping. And there are still things that occur outside of a card, behaviours that you also need to observe. So, yes, it would be not the complete answer, but it would certainly help. So there are things outside of the card that you need to watch.
But mandatory carded play would provide a safer gambling environment, wouldn't it?
Provide opportunities to do the data. You'd be able to see it. It would help. Yeah.
But would that create a safer gambling environment?
Like I said, it'd be part of the answer, not the complete answer.
Thank you. And if I can just ask a few brief questions about limits, so limitation on cards. The STAR's current system allows a gambler to set limits on the amount that they wish to spend, doesn't it?
Are we referring to the Star
Star Assist, yes.
Star Assist program? Yes, it's a voluntary system. Yes.
That was going to be my next question. So the system's voluntary though, isn't it?
It is a voluntary system, yes.
And you've previously accepted that the take-up of that system was quite low.
Very low.
The importance of pre-commitment for time and spend is obvious from a safer gambling point of view, isn't it?
Yes.
And such a system, if implemented and made mandatory, would reduce the incidence of gambling harm, wouldn't it?
It would help. It would help people to control their limits. Yes.
And it would minimise, therefore, the gambling-related harm.
Into issues. But I do need to say that whatever the design of that system is, that in my view, it's my opinion, that if you are moving to a pre-commit system, that you'd want to, and I'm not. This is just my own view, that you'd want to make sure that there's not a punitive feature in it that sort of penalises people from doing. That's just my view, and I think to assist them to gamble safely, you would probably want to help them to do that. But in my own personal view, I just don't think a punitive measure would help, as with other features that you have in a program. Does that make sense?
Oh, that completely does. Thank you. And would imposing monetary spend limits by reference to a person's means be best practice in safer gambling?
Difficult. I would not done it. If that's what's being introduced, then I could see how that would help somebody with their limits. Yes, but I don't know how practical that is. Just from where I'm looking at the moment.
Thank you. The final topic I'd like to discuss is resourcing. So the STAR's resourcing aimed at safer gambling. The Star Gold Coast has 1,400 gaming machines, doesn't it?
Yes, I believe that.
And more than 1,300 gaming machines are at Treasury Brisbane, is that right?
I believe those are the figures
And we've spoken about there being more than 6,800 excluded patrons, is that right? And 296,000 patrons at the Treasury Brisbane and 373 patrons at the Star Gold Coast in the month of July 2020. Is that right?
Right.
Even assuming that there is an increased number of GSMs and PLMs so that there is 24-hour coverage, so that there is one PLM and or one GSM 24 hours a day at each casino, that's still not enough, is it?
It would help. It would help. It would help to have that expertise available 24/7. I think what we need to focus on, and what I would focus on, is the fact that we're trying to put in preventative measures that would help people control their experience when they're there. So what we're trying to do with our strategy, in the new strategy, is to achieve that, so that there's that every day that you come to work as an employee of the Star, you are treating this as a natural part of your day to watch out for the indicators or the problems that some of our guests might be experiencing. So this is what we want to get to, where it's almost like a health and safety model, it operates that way. Everybody picks up the responsibility, and that you're all behind that, and so that the engagement with guests is positive, and that we're seeing things a lot earlier. So yes, when you look at the raw numbers and go, if that's the only thing we were doing, then perhaps you'd say it'd help. But if you're getting everybody else to be part of that, I think you give yourself a better opportunity to deal with issues.
Thank
Or
you.
stop them, sorry. Yeah.
Or stop
Or
them.
prevent them.
Prevent them.
No, just tender
Mr. Goddison, I'd like to tender Mr. Tullier the volume that includes Mr. Tulliafoa's statement, which is volume 8.
8, yes.
And that will be volume 8 of Exhibit 3.
It can be part of Exhibit 3, yes. It will
Yes.
join and expand Exhibit 3
That's correct.
with the addition of tender bundle, volume 8.
Thank you.
Yes, that will be done. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have no questions further.
Thank you, Mr. Beecham.
Thank you, Mr. Goddison. Mr. Tulliafoa, you were asked, I'm going to go back through some of the things you were asked about in your evidence.
Yeah.
You were asked very early in your evidence about some of the language that is used as part of your role. And in particular, there were 3 phrases that came up: problem gambler, play, and gaming. Do you remember that?
I do.
Are you coming up with those terms from your own, off your own bat? Or do they come from somewhere else?
So they've been in the industry for a long time, those terms.
So you're not coming up with them yourself?
Oh, no. When you talk about problem gambling, problem gambler, in the actual prescribed form for exclusions in Queensland, there's reference to that terminology. Also in the gambling code, I believe. Yeah.
And can you tell me whether or not the language, there's inevitably a lot of regulation around casinos. That's right, isn't it?
Yes.
And can you tell me, tell the inquiry whether the language that's used in the regulation around casinos influences the language that you use in your role?
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Could I ask the operator, please, to bring up REV.000008 0001 0001. Now, you'll probably recognise this. In fact, everybody will. I take it you're familiar with that document.
Yes.
If you could go to page 11, please, Mr. Operator. I just want to show you a few things. You may not be familiar with some of these sections because you're not a lawyer, but for example, if we look at section 3 there, what we'll find is that section 3, which describes the object of the act in subsection 2, talks about 2A, games. You see that there?
Yes, I do.
And we'll see in the words before that in subsection 2 that we're talking about players. All right. Page 63, please. And if we have a look at section 59, if you can extract that out, please. We'll see again a reference to gaming. We've got in subsection 1, gaming areas. In subsection 2A1, gaming tables and gaming machines. So we have gaming coming up again here.
Yes.
And page 70, please. There we have a whole section to deal with casino games. Page 154, please. If you could just extract the bottom with over the page with the definition of problem gambler. And you mentioned in your evidence, and I think just before, that there's a definition of problem gambler. Is this the definition that you are familiar with?
That is the definition.
And is this the kind of language that we see in the regulatory regime that influences the language that you
Yes,
use in your role?
correct.
Thank you. Can we talk about self-exclusions for a moment? I think you dealt with this. I think Council Sitting quite fairly took you to this. It's not necessary for a patron to come into the casino to self-exclude, is it?
No, that they can do it with the gambling help services. Yeah.
And those gambling help services, for example, have offices in the
Remote,
suburbs.
yeah.
Right. You were asked about whether not having an online process made it harder to self-exclude. I take it you're not trying to make it harder to self-exclude.
No, we're trying to encourage people. If that's what they need to do, then there's pathways you can do it. We offer another pathway if we can get this going, the online option.
The process for self-exclusion isn't as simple as filling out a form, is it?
No.
One of the things you need is a photograph ID, and that's in the Casino Control Act. For your information, Mr. Goddison, it's section 61 capital N. And I take it, sorry, I'm reminded, 91 capital N.
21, yes.
So that's a distinction between, for example, the online forms that you might fill out to book a room or
It is
get a restaurant. Could I ask you please to, have you got your witness bundle there?
I do. Yep.
If you could please pick up that bundle and go to tab, I think it's 8. And what we're looking for is your draft gambling strategy that you looked at yesterday. Can you tell me if you found that? Should be in tab 8.
Draft strategy.
Draft strategy, you've got that? I believe it's tab 8, Mr. Goddison. I just want to check that.
Tab 8.8.
Correct. And the document that has
Yes, it is. For
drafts,
me,
draft safer gambling strategy.
yes.
Now, if you could go to the third page, page 3 of 19. That page tells us that you're shifting in, this is the second paragraph on the page, you're shifting in focus from an informed choice model to a harm minimisation approach. Could you just explain the distinction between what the informed choice model was and what now the harm minimisation approach is?
The informed choice model tended to rely on the actual consumer to look after themselves or to make their own decisions, and we'd provide that information to do that, and so that was relying on that. But under the new kind of approach we're taking, we're understanding our responsibilities as an operator to provide a safe environment, but to also actively look at all groups within our base to make sure that they are safe, or to provide preventative and safer measures. Yeah.
I think you mentioned earlier in your evidence with Ms. Helliwell that it was almost like a workplace health and safety obligation. Is that a reasonable analogy?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Would you go then to page 8 of 19? Should have a table there.
Yes.
And is that a reasonable way to understand the way in which, broken down into the little bit more detail, this shift is occurring between informed choice and safer gambling?
It's a good illustration of that, yes.
Right, we're going to come back to this document. So, Mr. Goddison, if if you could keep it open, we'll come back to it a couple of times. Can I move on to something else? You were asked some questions about third parties who provide assistance to people who are experiencing problems with gambling. I think one of them was Relationships Australia. Is that one of the agencies that does that?
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay. So third-party agencies like Relationships Australia, can we talk about those, please? In your role, how would you describe your interaction with these kinds of agencies?
Oh, they're good. We regularly meet with those agencies. We attend to talk through what's happening in their areas. We also attend it's known as the Responsible Gambling Network meetings, which are regular meetings held by led by Relationships Australia. They tend to be. So we attend those, and that's just industry and other stakeholders. We also ask them to participate in Gambling Awareness Weeks, Gambling Harm Awareness Week. So we ask them to participate with us. There is a good relationship with them. We also make referrals to them. But yeah, that's part of our relationship. Yeah.
So if I can get you to pick up your draft RG strategy again and go back to page 7 of 19. Have there under part 4 in the second paragraph, you've got evaluating the effectiveness. I take it that's evaluating the effectiveness of what? Have you found the page?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Is that evaluating the effectiveness?
Yeah, look, it's the effectiveness of what we're building in the strategy. We want to know that the measures we're taking are effective, and that if there's things that are working well, it's in there. If there's things that we need to improve on to get a good understanding of how we are performing.
And this says, because it's not up on the screen, that you will do that through regular interaction with gambling services so that you understand the nature of the cases being presented to them.
Yes.
Could you just go over then to page 15 of 19?
15?
15, 1-5.
Yes, I have it.
And that describes part of your RG strategy as being collaboration with industry, government, and with service providers.
Yes.
Are those service providers the same ones we've been talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And so that sets out in your strategy a way in which you're planning to collaborate with them.
Yes. Yes.
Would it be a fair characterization, you tell me whether this is right or wrong, to say that in your role you are working side by side with these people, these third-party providers?
Yes.
Thank you. Training. What percentage of the staff at the Star are given training on the responsible service of gambling?
So I believe all of them are.
100%.
That's the target. Yes.
Now, I think you deal with this in your statement, but we might get you to just to outline it. So if everybody gets the training, could you just tell us what the training that everybody gets is?
That's the online learning management system that they should complete. It's and reviewed every 2 years.
So when you say the training is reviewed every 2 years, or
they should complete and they should redo that module again within 2 years as a refresher.
Okay. Now, we heard you talk about the GSMs, the gaming service managers, and the PLMs. There's another link in the responsible service chain called GSAs. Now, who are they?
Those are the people in the gaming department and in other departments who receive, and they're more senior roles in those areas, who are given advanced training or given a more comprehensive um, in-classroom event training that covers off interactions, understanding the environment of where gambling is, all those sorts of things there. So that's to that group.
So is it right to say that they're a level above the standard training that everybody gets?
Yes.
I think you said they were in the gaming team and other teams.
Yes, they are.
And if we see, just hold on and I'll check one thing. Could you please, Mr. Operator, bring up STA 6004 0003 0015? Is that copy of the, well, you tell me what that is.
Yes, that's a copy of the training. Call it the Guest Support Advocate Training Program, and that's for the group that I've just talked about.
Okay, could you go to the next page, please? I think that it's quite lengthy, isn't it? This PowerPoint.
It's a 3.5 hour workshop.
And I think this PowerPoint presentation goes for about 40 slides or something like that. Is that right? And so we see here, for example, the starting point where we have guest support advocates effectively linking in with guest support managers who link in with the patron liaison managers.
Great.
Thank you very much. Can you explain the purpose of having these GSAs trained and having them within the gaming teams and other teams, please?
On the gaming team, they're customer-facing roles, which enable them to interact with customers, to talk to them, to provide guidance, detect issues that might be occurring at an early stage, to also obviously look for excluded people. So all of those sorts of things that we're asking them to do, and to hold good conversations with people, not necessarily always about their gambling, but to actually build the rapport. Within the other teams that we train, we want them to understand that in their daily business, what they should be considering are these features here. That this is what gambling is about, and this is what we want them to understand, so that when they're, for example, if they're in the sales team, that they're taking those things into consideration.
Right, can I ask you a couple of other things? You were taken to a time play management standard just recently, just today. Am I right in understanding that the one you were taken to was the old standard?
Yes, correct. The first one I was taking, yes.
And the new standard, can you just tell me the points in time at which there are interactions?
In the program, we looked at, in the document program, that was the previous time play standard, or was making reference to that. The one where I did the breakdown of the actual hours, 6 p.m., that is the current model we use.
So if I could ask you to have a look at your statement at paragraph 101. Is that a description of the current time play management rules?
Yes.
So we have an interaction at 3 hours of play without a 15-minute break.
So that there is not a person interaction. That there is something we're still developing, but there are notices and information that goes to ask that people take a break or take regular breaks of 15 minutes after 3 hours.
Is the new version not exhibited to the statement?
Pardon me?
Is the new version not exhibited to the statement?
I believe you can just tell me, Mr. Taliafoa, that it. Let's see. Could you go to tab 13 of your statement bundle?
Sorry, what am I looking at?
Tab 13, 1-3. Is that the up-to-date one?
My 13 or 8.13 is Star Entertainment Group exclusions policy.
Oh dear.
And
Maybe
I
go.
want to clarify if in fact what's in 101 is a very recent thing which yet hasn't been put in publication form and therefore it's not exhibited. Perhaps we can work this out.
I believe it is in publication form. I think, Mr. Goddison, perhaps go back to the previous tab. Mr. Taliafoa, try tab 12. I think perhaps we're encountering this tab numbering issue again.
My, and Mr. Taliafoa might have the same, my 8.12 is simply a one sheet. Perhaps it was meant to
Excellent.
have the document put in there, but it hasn't happened.
I can have another go at this. I'm almost certain. If you pick up Mr. Hogg's statement bundle
Okay.
and go to tab 144, I'm trying to find this document.
Mine is 7.14.
145, 7.145. If we go for that, we are.
That's the guest time play management.
Have you got that, Mr.
I
Taliafoa?
do, yes.
Is that the recent version?
This is the recent version.
I think you said it's come into force at the beginning of the week.
22nd of August.
Yes, beginning of this week.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure that that's so because we looked at that this morning and there's no reference to the 3 hour intervention. The table, I remember as we went to it. Perhaps you can have a look at it and you'll see there's no reference to the 3 hour thing.
Yes, I think Mr. Taliafoa said that the 3 hour thing is something that they're still developing.
Correct, from a technology point of view. Yeah.
Oh, so what's in 101? Paragraph 101 is a combination of existing and proposals and
Partly aspirational and partly existing.
some. Yes, partly existing, partly aspirational. So it's a flux. And what is the objective? To produce a document which will set out everything that's in 101, your paragraph 101.
At the time of writing that statement, I should have perhaps put it in alignment with the standard that's here, Mr. Hogg's statement. So just to explain it, the measure one or the measure one in the standard in Mr. Hogg's statement is the more accurate where we are at the moment.
You say his is more accurate. He has under in the 145 document at paragraph 3, the time play management rules. Number 1 is notices around premises take periodic breaks, no staff interaction. 2, 6 hours play, staff guest conversation. No reference to the 3 hour one, which is according to your paragraph 101, the first point at which there would be intervention. Although you say in paragraph 101, rule 1, at 3 hours of continuous play without a single 15-minute break, guest-facing technology will be developed to encourage patron to take a break. So that one is for the future.
That one is.
And hence it's not in Mr. Hogg's 7.145.
Yeah, so it should be. So it is. It probably reflects the development there, but there will be messaging that supports the 3-hour break.
And when you say messaging, is that to on the screen in front of the player who's playing, or is it
Certainly
phone go off, or
messages around our floor and in our business, and also on our website. So that sort of messaging will exist.
And will the messaging be to the customer, or will it be to staff members to say,
All
look, there's someone over
all
there
customers, encouraging them to take a break. Yes.
Oh, it will be to the individual,
For all customers.
customer.
Yes.
I understand. Very well.
Thank you. Could I move on to something else? Can you explain in your own words why every employee of the Star is trained in responsible gambling?
Yes. Because we want them to be able to understand what that is, what it is around responsible gambling. We want them to be able to communicate and report things, identify things, have a good understanding. So yes, it makes sense that we train.
Do you think it's appropriate that responsible gaming, a responsible gaming function would be performed by one select group of people only within the casino?
No, I think it should be a shared responsibility. I talked a little bit about that health and safety model, where it should be everybody participating in this. Everybody should have a responsibility to do the right things and provide the safety that we want.
So it should be on everybody's mind every time they are working in the casino. What about culture? How important is culture to the responsible service of gaming?
Part of what will drive that whole understanding around it being second nature, rather than just another part of what you might do, but it should be something that you do anyway. As when you wake up in the morning, you should come to work, and that's part of what you do rather than separate from what you do.
You can pick up your RG strategy again. Do you remember where to find that?
I think
We're going to go through the tab dance again. It's tab 8, I believe.
yes, I have.
Go to page 3 of 19. I'm just going to ask you if these parts reflect what you just described about culture and the importance of it. We have in the third paragraph under paragraph 1 that a commitment to safer gambling involves a cultural shift and a long-term commitment that is company-wide with all team members playing a part.
That's correct.
That's part of the culture. And if you could go then through to page 9 of 19. And do we have there in 5.2.1 a little more detail about getting the culture of safer gambling into the business?
Yes. It talks about really coming from the leadership and building that and embedding it into the business. Yeah.
And that it would be integrated into the business, I'm reading from the strategy now, as a core function of the operations. All right. Who, you can put that to one side for a moment. Who, in your view, within the casino, has the greatest knowledge about the patrons who are gambling in the casino?
Those in the gaming department.
And why is that?
They're there every day. They interact with customers every day. They're watching, they're watching their activity every day.
So you were asked some questions about non-carded play, and I think you acknowledged that it was difficult to identify somebody who'd been gambling for a long time without carded play.
Yes.
Who within the casino is most likely, though, to pick up somebody playing for an extended period of time without a break?
Those on the gaming floor who are dealing, customer facing, interacting with the customers, delivering the products.
Who within the casino is most likely to pick up observable behaviours that indicate a problem with the gambling?
Same group of people, potentially safety and security, potentially.
I'm going to come back to that, but I want to ask you a couple questions about a different topic. You were asked some questions in the context of the role of the GSMs about their role in assisting patrons to make adequate decisions. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
At what point are you looking to intervene with a patron to prevent gambling harm? At what time?
As early as possible. And so that may be, may not necessarily be at a time when they're, when they've exhibited an observable sign. It could be, but it could also be just at a general conversation. So if you are interacting with people on a regular basis and building that kind of rapport, yeah, you get a better understanding of where they are and potentially any declarations they want to make.
Your experience, do people benefit from those kinds of early interactions in their gambling behaviour?
My experience, they do, because it's a conversation almost provides does provide a break from what you're doing, perhaps an opportunity to contemplate.
And you tell me if this is, sorry, did I cut you off there?
No.
You tell me if this is correct. Is it right to say that part of those early interactions is designed to try to help the patrons to form good habits in their gambling rather than bad habits?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Mm-hmm.
And is it also fair to say that that's one of the ways in which you're preventing gambling harm, not the only way?
One of the ways.
I think you said before, when you were asked a couple of questions about some measures, that they could help. Do you remember? There were a few things you were asked about. I can't quite remember which exactly. Is it right to say that prevention or that the responsible service of gaming is not just one tool, but many?
Multiple tools. So you'll see in any, you'll see in any program that there'll be multiple tools that that we would rely on to help us to prevent or to detect.
And if you get missed by one, you might get picked up by the other.
That's correct. Yeah.
Right. You were asked, I think yesterday, about the person who is in the casino and might be there to spend their last $20 on gambling. I think we can agree you'd want to pick up that person, identify that, and try to prevent it.
Yes, we did. Yeah.
What measure of all of those you've discussed in your evidence is most likely to pick up that person?
Interacting with people, interacting with that person. The more interactions you have, I think the more insight you get into understanding players. So it would involve an interaction.
And when you say interaction, the people who are most likely to be interacting with that person are?
The gaming team, and potentially some of my own team.
Some of those gaming team would be GSAs.
Yes, they would be.
Mr. Goddison, could I have a moment just
Yes,
to
sir.
ask a question? Mr. Goddison, I think I don't have any further questions, but I would like to talk to my instructing solicitors about one matter. Is it convenient to take a break, and we might see if we can parallel setting up the video link for Mr. Peasley as well?
That would be a good idea. So if you check with that, I will ask Miss Helliwell if she expects any re-examination to be
No,
of
I don't.
any duration.
No, Mr. Goddison.
Oh, very well. 11:35. If we made it the break to 11:50, that should allow enough time for you to get the instructions and set it up. Oh, subject one thing. If you get some instructions, how long do you think broadly the topic would take to deal with?
It will be perfectly adequate till 11:50, and it won't take very long one way or the other. So Mr. Tolefau would be done within a couple of minutes.
Very well. Mr. Peasley won't be sort of set up and then sitting there for
No,
indefinitely.
not at all.
Very well. We'll adjourn now until 11:50.
All rise. This inquiry is adjourned until 11:50 a.m. All rise. This inquiry is now resumed.
Yes, Mr. Beecham.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Goddison.
Thank you. Thank you. Any re-examination?
There is not, Mr. Goddison, so might Mr. Telefo be excused, please?
Yes, Mr. Talifawa, you're excused, and the inquiry thanks you for your attendance and assistance.
Thank you, sir.
And while that's occurring, Mr. Goddison, may the associate please hand back the Mr. Hogg bundle, and Mr. Horton will be tendering that in due course.
Very well. Yes, Mr. Horton.
Mr. Goddison, before the next witness called, might I just mention those draft orders,
Yes.
which I'd foreshadowed I'd seek you, to ask you to make today concerning persons 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the general order about prohibition of publication of email addresses, phone numbers, or private addresses of any individual who appears in any exhibit. Do you have a copy of those? I've got spares here if need be.
Yes, I have a copy of, in fact, 3 orders
Thank you.
in
Yes.
total.
I should say they went on the website. We've received no contact from anyone seeking to be heard in respect of them or opposing the making of them, I should mention.
Yes, and I think, Mr. Beecham, you indicated there was no opposition to these orders with regard to persons 1 to 5.
None.
Right, well, I will initial those orders, each of them, and they'll be placed with the papers, and the orders are made accordingly.
Thank you, Mr. Goddison. Mr. Goddison, I'll be taking this witness to certain documents. The documents that I'll be taking him to have been pre-advised. There's 16 of them plus a couple separate.
Yes.
Could I hand to you at this point the examination bundle, which I understand the witness has physically with him in his location as well? And the documents I'm going to do mention the name of at least one of the persons, the subject of the order, but we've redacted that name and labelled it accordingly on the documents which will be shown on the screens. So
very well.
there's no difficulty. Now, on that basis, Mr. Goddison, could I call Mr. Chris Peasley, who's appearing by video link from Perth, as I understand it?
Very well. And is there an indication of oath or affirmation?
Affirmation, we understand, yes.
Affirmation.
Thank you.
Mr. Peasley will proceed with an affirmation, and I'll invite my associate to attend to that.
Thanks, Mr. Goddison.
Mr. Peasley, do you solemnly affirm and declare that the evidence given by you to the inquiry shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please
Yes, I
say,
do.
I do.
I do.
Thank you. You are Mr. Christopher Peasley, is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Horton.
And you currently work for Star Entertainment?
Yes, that's correct.
And for a while, at least in the past, you held the position of the manager of domestic sales. Is that correct?
Yes, from 2012 till 2018.
Yes. And what position did you fill after 2018?
So I was the Executive General Manager of Domestic Sales and Marketing 12 to 18, and I became the President of Domestic and Premium Mass Marketing. Then that changed in 2020 to become the President of Domestic and International Casino Sales.
Yes. And is it fair to say those more recent jobs have been promotions from your earlier position?
Yes, you could say that. By way of restructure as well, I might say, Mr. Horton.
Thank you. But you remain anyway in the employment of the Star at present.
That's correct.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Peasley, you have been given a bundle of documents, as I understand, one folder of documents.
I have 2 volumes, Mr. Horton, volume 1 and 2.
Oh, do you? Okay. And is there an index with them which has, in effect, 40 tabs?
Yes, there is.
Good. I think I previously advised I'm only going to ask you about 16 of those, and there's 2 additional ones, which I understand you might have been given as well.
Yes, I received some on Monday night and then last night and this morning.
Thank you. Now, the documents I'm going to show you do mention some names that Mr. Goddison's ordered be identified in various ways, but for relevant purposes, person 1, I think, is mentioned here, and hopefully the documents have been redacted to refer to and a label given instead of referring to that person's name. Now, we might, if it's inadvertent, we slip up, there are means by which we can fix that before damage is done, but that was just to advise you of that.
Understood.
Thank you. Now, and I'll do my best not to refer to the name itself. Now, if you would turn, Mr. Peasley, to tab 2, that's document STA 6006002709. I'm going to ask the operator to bring up this version, provided it's the redacted version.
I can see that.
Excellent. And you'll see that we put person 1 over the name. I think you probably know the name, but we put
Yes.
person for public purposes. Good. Thank you. Now, this is an email exchange in which you're involved.
Correct.
And at the bottom of the page, in effect, working from earliest first, there's mention of SPVs to incentivise an incremental trip this month of a person. What are SPVs?
That's a single play voucher that
Yes.
is given to table games customers.
Okay. And is that a voucher which has some money or value or it's equivalent to use at a table for gambling?
That's correct. It could be either a, for lack of a better word, free bet that's issued to the customer, or the customer can redeem the points they earn as part of the loyalty program in exchange for a single play voucher. But for table games play to a value, yes.
Yes, thank you. And this was, I think, words of to you, but from a person who reported you, to incentivise a trip by person one.
That's correct.
And references made there to an incremental trip. What did you understand from the word incremental in this email?
Outside of any existing trips that may have already been booked or scheduled for person one.
I see. So additional, is that the other meaning of that word as you understood
Yes,
it?
that's correct.
I see. But incremental, I want to suggest you seems to be meaning working towards something else. Is that not the way in which it should be understood?
Can you rephrase that, please, Mr. Horton?
Yeah, I will. Normally when we talk about something being incremental, we talk about things happening in stages, things building up to, or things on the way towards something else.
No, I would take this as something extra. So let's say an extra trip above possible trips already booked. We're not building towards something, no.
No, thank you. But anyway, you understand this word in the context you've just described, given your position at the time and your dealings with these other people.
Correct.
And you seem to be suggesting it's a term of particular art in what you do.
It's a term we use, correct, yes.
Thank you. And then you ask in response for some maths behind this.
Yes, that's correct.
And by that, are you saying you need to justify by reference to what the casino might earn out of it?
In short, yes, a return on investment to make sure it's in the right commercial parameters.
Yep. Thank you. And then if you could be shown tab 3, this is document STA 6006 0002 7086 in redacted form.
Yes.
Yeah, you've got it there in unredacted form, but the operator will just bring it up. Thank you. Now, your response was, as I understand it, you weren't comfortable with an SPV for this person one.
That's correct.
And you thought it might open the floodgates. What did you mean by that?
So just to add some colour, if I may, Mr. Horton.
Yes.
We took over the domestic sales team between 2012 and around this period where we were transitioning the 3 casinos who were operating independently of each other to one single function as a sales team. That took a number of years. With that, we were transitioning the customers to sit under this new central sales team. And I didn't want the new sales team to start with offering excessive incentives to activate the customer when you should be able to do it in other ways.
Thank you.
So it was making sure that we were, for lack of a better word, grooming the customer correctly.
Okay. And you wanted them to look at other options.
That's correct.
Thank you. And that's what you referred to in your evidence a moment ago.
Thank you.
Further down in the document, there's a reference to 20K Theo, THEO. That's theoretical. Is that right?
Yes, that's the theoretical win based on the game the customer plays, the casino should win.
Yes. And so you're pegging the value, the benefit you're going to give to him with the benefit the casino will receive. That's
correct.
And then if you'd turn please to tab 5, document STA 6002 00162257. This is a document which hasn't been redacted and doesn't need to be, just so the operator is comfortable to bring that up as well.
Yes, I have that.
Now, the reference that I want to ask you about is you talk about in the last half a sentence, ensuring we have the right amount and type of events to drive volume whilst containing costs.
That's correct.
What is volume there?
Well, volume in general is number of trips by number of customers. So it's spread across a vast number of customers. And ultimately then that will deliver the volume of the revenue that we require as well.
Okay. So the volume there is gambling revenue?
Ultimately, yes, based on a volume of customers and a volume of trips, yes.
Thank you. Tab 6, document STA 6006 00010183.
Yes,
Again, this is a document which can be brought up, but which has not been redacted because on our understanding it doesn't need to be. It should just be a single page. And I only
Yes,
need
I
the
know.
first page. And I only need the first page shown. Perfect. Thank you, operator. Now, again, this reference is made there in the second paragraph to incentivises booking.
yes,
Incentivise booking. And that's to encourage, is that right, bookings
yes, correct.
on patrons' birthdays or making use of patrons' birthdays as the event?
Recognising their birthdays for an event, yes.
Thank you. And just how does that work? They get some sort of benefit or invitation, do they, because that month is the month in which their birthday falls?
Yes, in short, thank you.
And then someone else has asked, but you're copied on this email, which is why I'm asking you. Others are asked, I suppose in your team, are they to drive and stimulate patrons booking in the coming months? See in that last paragraph?
Yes, see that.
And is that something which your team, those under you, did?
That's correct.
And was that something which was a aim of the sales team?
Yes, correct.
And that terminology of drive and stimulate patrons is terminology which was not infrequent in the terminology of the sales team that worked under you.
No, it wasn't, but there were also that sat alongside incentivise for birthdays in particular was recognise and reward, I might add.
Just explain that, please. Recognise and reward.
So yes, you can certainly use birthdays, birthday gifts, group birthday dinners, private one-on-one dinners to incentivise trips, but it's also another way of recognising someone's birthday and rewarding them for their loyalty as well.
Thank you. And then the next tab is 7 that I'd like to take you to. STA 6002 0016 3668. I think there's no redactions needed on this and it can be brought up, please. I think it's your words in the middle of the email that you simply weren't touching enough customers.
Yes, they're my words.
And what do you mean there by touching?
Activating, speaking with, communicating to, just looking at the next sentence. We've almost filled out all vacated positions. Again, this is part of establishing this central sales team, and we weren't a full functioning team. And obviously we hadn't filled out all the positions, so therefore we just weren't activating the volume of customers required to possibly achieve the budget that was set for us in December, just looking above that.
Yes. And so your email here is you're seeking, or you're saying there's not enough contact or outreach to customers to bring them into the casino at that point in time.
To reach those particular budget numbers at that point in time, correct?
Yes. And so touching customers, in the sense you mean, is in order to achieve the number, and the number's one set by the budget.
Correct.
The next tab is tab 15. It's STA 6005 00130652. This should be a redacted version, Mr. Operator. That's it. Thank you. Now, this is someone writing to, well, you writing at the bottom, and then someone in response writing to you. Now, this is one example, is it, of both the reward, and I forget the other name you used, but the reward to the person for a birthday, but also encourage them to continue business with the casino.
I would actually say this was reward and recognition, which is what I outlaid before, Mr. Horton, but not
Thank
to
you.
incentivise.
Okay, rightio. So this is, you would say there's no aspect of what's being shown in this email that is other than reward and recognition that is benefiting the individual gambler.
In this particular circumstances, that's correct.
Yes, okay. And then if we go to the next tab, tab 16, should be a redacted version only, please. STA 6005 0013 3855. Thank you, it's been redacted. That's arranging for person number one, a cake, as I understand it, which was custom made to mimic, at least on the top of it, the Rolex watch which had been given by the casino to
That's
that person,
correct.
or was about to be.
That's correct. The actual gift itself wasn't available for the birthday date. So that's why the cake was in place.
Yes. And then I think an image was attached to the email, the next document, STA 6005 0013 3857. It's unredacted and that's okay. And that's that document. The name there is just the promotional name that the cake shops used, not the casinos.
Correct.
And that's what, in fact, the cake looked like that the casino ordered for person one.
Yes, correct.
Thank you. And then at tab 19, this should be a redacted document, STA 6005 0013 0466. Yes, the actual cake being, look in the middle of the document, cake's completed, looks great, being picked up for delivery to wherever it needed to go for the benefit, the reward and the recognition to the gambler.
Yes, I see that.
And you're aware of this happening, and that was within what you thought to be allowable within STAR policies and procedures.
In short, yes.
We'll come back a bit to in more detail in a moment. Then behind tab 20, STA 6005 0013 3585 should be a redacted document. Can you bring it up if it is, please? That's it. And that's you, I think, commending the idea at the top of that email there on that page, genius idea.
Yes.
Yes. And you correct me if I'm wrong, the email seems enthusiastic. What is that? Was that an enthusiastic response?
I would take it as enthusiastic, given that, as I mentioned before, the team was just being established. They were transitioning customers. They were trying to build equity in those relationships, and being in the customer service business, they were trying to deliver that experience.
Thank you. And then I probably don't need to bring up on the screen, but tab 21, Mr. Peasley, STA 6006 0002 7047. That's reference there to the cost of the gift of the Rolex watch, which was there listed as $52,695.
Yes, I see that.
And you yourself, I think, had to give that approval. Is that right, as we see from the top of the email? Maybe jokingly you say maybe, and someone says, well, in effect, I'm taking that as approval, which was correct to understand it that way. Yes,
that's correct.
Thank you. And then we can just skip over 22, I think, because it really says the same thing. And we can go a bit further down to 28. Tab 28, please. Document STA 6000600043888. It's not redacted, Mr. Operator, and that's all right to bring it up. Now, you don't appear on these emails, just to point that out, I think, for the moment, but is this happening within the team that reports to you?
Yes, one of my team members is in the email, that's correct.
Right. If I'm asking you questions, this next question that involves something that you don't know about, please tell me. Do you know what the desired path and the areas for improvement are being referred to there in the last paragraph?
I don't, Mr. Horton, I'm sorry.
Thank you. We'll pass to the next one, Mr. Peasley. I'm not suggesting you were party to that email. Tab 29. You do appear on these emails. These should be redacted document, please, Mr. Operator. STA, if you bring it up, 6006 0002 7101. I want to ask you a bit about this email, and if we can work from earlier in time to later in time, so from the bottom to the top of the document.
Yep.
Someone was seeking approval from you to comp person one based on a significant loss of some hundreds of thousands of dollars there. Is that correct?
Yes, see that?
And what does comp mean there?
So looking at this, that looks like that would be the casino over-comping or the casino covering the costs because the customer's comp that he earns from his loyalty program has been exhausted.
Yes, I see. So over and above, is that the idea?
It is additional, yes.
And then the next paragraph there says person one doesn't receive the standard loyalty offers.
Yes.
What? Could you just explain that? What are the standard loyalty offers for a moment? I mean, just in broad brush, not in detail, but what's being referred to there is.
So you have your local, your interstate, your international customers. They have tiers within the loyalty program. There is a base earn rate associated with each tier, and the earn rate is different from the local customer. It's slightly inflated the interstate customer to assist pay for the airfares, the flights, the accommodation, food and beverage, or more known as comp or complementary. And in this particular case, for person one, the game of choice being blackjack, the earn rate isn't as high as what the other interstate customers would get. It's actually a lot lower.
Yes. So what he received was over and above the standard. Is that correct?
It is in addition, Mr. Horton, yes.
Yes.
To what he had earned, yes.
Yes. And is that because he was a bigger player than others in terms of the money he gambled?
That's correct. So given the significant level of play or loss, then there is what we have called discretionary comp, which sits within the comp approval of different levels to different amounts matrix. So yes, so given the loss and the fact that he had exhausted what he had earned to cover his bills, that's what's being requested.
Thank you. And so if we were to look at a patron comp history for person one, and are you familiar with those documents? I'm not going to take you to it, but are you generally familiar with a list that exists in the staff of patron comp histories for the higher value customers? in Syncross?
It can be generated. Yes, I don't have it here, but it can be generated, yes.
So would a list like that include just the standard loyalty offers, or would it include also those which were discretionary comps?
It should include all.
Okay.
And then at the end of the month, it should be reconciled against what was earned complimentary versus what was, we call it non-gaming, Mr. Horton, or what the casino has picked up.
Thank you. And so the exercise is you want to know that what's both within standard loyalty offers and within discretionary comps still comes within, use a general term, I'll use your term, the relevant maths.
Correct, or that's right, a suitable return on investment, correct.
And then the last paragraph on that particular page, 7101, refers to the PM account. What's the PM account?
I don't know what PM stands for, but it's the account.
Patron management account.
I believe so, yeah. And I think it, yes.
Good. I won't hold you to it, but something like that.
Yes.
But it's a workaround, you say, for his loyalty card that doesn't work.
Yeah, no, I didn't say that. That's what the other person in the email is saying. And I believe that is because of the exclusion order in New South Wales. And
Yes.
as such, the systems couldn't separate by property. So it seems to have inhibited the ability for whatever was being earned to be applied to his account.
So you talked a bit earlier about your sales team becoming a 3-property team rather than having been, I presume, divided up between various properties. Is that correct?
That's correct. So when there was 3 independent sales teams operating within the same market to a single central sales team, that's correct.
So as part of that centralisation for a minute, is it true then too that loyalty cards were that time or some other time centralised as well? So they were across all properties?
That's correct. The loyalty program always existed. I'm not exactly sure of the nuances of how they worked across the properties, but I think this might be an example of how they weren't possibly communicated.
Yes, and in any event, whatever the truth is about all that, whatever the reality is, as at January 23, 2019, the loyalty cards were whole of property loyalty cards.
That's correct. It might have even been slightly before, given the relaunch of the loyalty program. Mr. White, I don't have an exact date.
And did you know at this time, 23 January 2019, that the exclusion in New South Wales of person 1 had been by the New South Wales Police Commissioner?
Yes.
And did that concern you in incentivising this person to come to Queensland?
So if I could go back, Mr. Horton, and add some history, it might help. So person 1, a very long-standing customer of the Gold Coast property before I existed and that centralised team existed. The exclusion order, I believe, was all the way back to, I might have this wrong, you would know, this was at 05 or 07. And
yes, correct.
Thank you. And was regularly travelling to the Gold Coast and being treated as a customer and being received at the Gold Coast. When we started, we transitioned the customer. We became aware of that exclusion order. There was a conversation in late 15, early 16. I don't have the exact date. I vaguely remember it. It was an impromptu meeting on the back of, I believe, a media article. And if it wasn't a media article on person 1, it may have been person 2 or someone similar. And the conversation was around, well, how should this be viewed, treated going forward? So that was, I think, around early 2016.
Yes. And what was the conclusion?
So the conclusion was they can go to the property, they can participate in the loyalty program, they can receive those benefits of the loyalty program. We are to pursue them. We can receive their phone calls, we can make their bookings, and they are to be treated the same as any other customers of their play level. It's probably the best way of explaining it.
Yes. Now, I've taken you only through a very, very small selection of emails, and we both accept that. But isn't what we've seen not at all treating person one as others are as the same as others, even at the same level of play?
I would slightly disagree, Mr. Horton, given the level of play of the customer over a long period of time.
Yes, and I'm not disputing the level of play was very large.
But sorry, if I could re-answer your question. Customers of a similar level would have been treated the same way.
I see, and that could include $50,000 watches, is that correct?
Yes, yes. Giving out a watch, whatever brand it might be, value is actually quite commonplace.
I see. So there are more than just person one in the same position as him with respect to comps given for the level of play.
In terms of level of play, yes, and what we would give them, that's correct.
So how many, I don't want names, but how many at this time in January 19 were at the same level of play as person one?
Across the local, the interstate, the international teams, even at a local level of that level of play, there would be up to a dozen.
I see.
When I say
And
local,
sorry,
that would be local for Sydney. My apologies. In Queensland, there's probably 2 to 3 at that level as a local person. In terms of other interstate customers around the same period, there would have been certainly there was certainly a couple of people that would have been higher.
You'll correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you also said one of the conclusions of that meeting was not you wouldn't pursue him.
That's correct. So we would receive phone calls, and we could make bookings on the reception of those phone calls, or if the customer was requesting. So we could facilitate trips and other requests.
And you wouldn't class giving someone a $50,000 watch as pursuing that person.
Do you want to talk about the specific incident? If I could add some colour around that, or in general?
Well, let's work specifically for the minute. And to be fair to you, so that when you answer, you can know what I'm suggesting to you is that giving that gift and doing other things, which I've taken you through, I'll give them to you in detail if you like, constitute pursuing him.
As a sales team, I would constitute pursuing as actively ringing and trying to activate the customer. The issuance of a birthday gift was in recognition for a milestone birthday and long-standing loyalty to that particular property, and rewarding for the loyalty given the value of the customer over a long period of time, particularly the 2 years leading into and the year of the birthday.
But you wouldn't be giving a present or recognising or rewarding him unless you thought he'd return to a Star Casino.
Yeah, I accept that, Mr. Horn. I think the long-term view is, yes, you are still trying to secure loyalty for the future. I think what I was trying to say is we weren't trying to instigate a trip, an additional trip, or anything additional in that particular circumstances.
Okay. And then if we return to the document which ends in 7101 that we were just on and move to your email now, you correctly pointed out, I think the words that appear at the bottom of the page are to you, not from you. The ones there at 11:17 a.m. are yours. Then you say, the trick here is to make sure it's communicated in the right way, so he respects it, not expects it. And
Yes.
what what are you intending to communicate there to the recipients of that email?
Yeah, so just to go back, customers earn points. Those points are designed, particularly for interstate customers who have to travel to the properties and be housed or accommodated. The points are designed to help, based off their play, cover their expenses. The point here is, person one has had a extensive trip, racked up an extensive bill, and the points that he's earning along the journey have not been put against to offset his expenses. He's been allowed to draw down his expenses to get his SPVs and play them, which means by the time the bill has come, there's no complementaries to pay for it. So my comment is in reference to this should be happening along the journey. You should be picking up the bill and saying to him, just so you know, we've covered the bill to this point, it was X, now it's X. And so he knows that it's been done at that point in time. If it gets to the end and it's 30,000, the customer thinks it's always $30,000.
Well, there seems to be an element there, I suggest to you too, of wanting him to be grateful and appreciative for what's being done, and therefore thinking nicely of the casino.
That's not the intent. The intent is that the customer should respect it and not expect it every trip. It's actually almost the opposite.
Now, I just want to try to understand the procedures and policies in the STAR which governed the giving of comps, discretionary or otherwise. I don't want this document, please, brought up, Mr. Operator, but it's tab 39 in the bundle, STA 6005 0005 1278.
Yes, I have that.
Thank you. And Mr. Pearson, you'll see there under pre-trip framework, one's not to link non-gaming comps to a gaming outcome.
Yes, I see that.
But is the watch and the cake, just using them as examples, would you describe them as gaming comps?
No, because they were what I would describe as hard costs. They're not non-gaming comps. A non-gaming comp is when it's obviously offset against that PM account, whereas this was a expense incurred by us straight to our P&L.
Yes. So 2 refers over the page of 1279 of the same document. Talks about post-trip settlement framework. But again, this refers to non-gaming comps.
Yes.
But you say that doesn't apply either?
No. So just to go back to our previous conversation, when we were picking up the bill, the comp that we would pay for, so in the absence of a pre-trip agreement request of an offer non-gaming commodity based on either the factor of loss of service recovery. So that's when the casino, we comp it. So that is a non-gaming comp.
Yes, I see. So the non-gaming, are you saying the non-gaming, this is a non-gaming comp and these parts of the policy are engaged?
For post-trip, yes.
For post-trip but not for pre-trip?
That's correct. From what the policy states, that's correct from what I can see.
Okay. And it says there into A, you can give a comp in effect to support it, to increase customer satisfaction of a negative experience.
Yes,
See
correct.
that there?
Yes, I see that.
And was that ever done with respect to person 1?
Yeah, yes, I believe it was. In the event where a guest experiencing significant net loss factor, special yes. Another term might be quick loss, Mr. Horton, when someone.
Yes. And I think at one stage, person 1 did experience, use your words for a minute, a quick loss.
I would suggest probably more than once, Mr. Horton.
And consideration was given to whether he should be comped as a result of that.
Correct.
And do you recall whether he was comped as a result?
Well, again, we'll go back to that conversation around the $30,000. So that was a non-gaming comp to cover his expenses based on the quick loss.
Yes. And presumably the concept in the policy and the concept in its application is one doesn't want a high value customer to have a negative experience because they might not return.
No, they're your words. I would describe it as making sure that we're having the right commercial outcomes and we're making sure that we're managing our cost base correctly.
Okay, I understand you put it in terms of commercial, and I'm not denying that it can be understood in commercial terms. I'm trying to put it to you in a bit more human terms, actually. Now, I know money is part of being human, but I'm trying to come at it from a bit of a different perspective with you, and I'll develop this a bit more. But it seems that although money is at play, obviously, what's being done here is to try to make the experience less bad for someone so that the commercial benefit to the casino will continue.
I can see how you can put that, yes.
And then birthday gift framework, clause 3, section 3 in the middle of the page on 1279 still. The intent's to encourage, you see the words there, repeat visitation.
And reward loyalty.
Yes. Now, I know you've said here the gift of the birthday cake and the birthday watch was for recognition and reward. I want to suggest to you, though, that the intent on the policy and the intent of the cake and the watch to which I've taken you were to encourage repeat visitation.
I accept that that's what the policy says, Mr. Horton. I think that the policy probably needs to be reworded so it states to encourage repeat visitation. We could possibly even look at those wordings, but more so it may need to include and/or reward loyalty.
Yes, well, maybe the policy, maybe if we just focus on substantive reality for a minute. The intent of the one intent, let's put it that way, of giving someone a very expensive watch and a birthday cake, I want to suggest to you, was indeed to encourage one's repeat visitation to Queensland.
The intent was to reward the customer for their loyalty. I can see how you can draw that conclusion, Mr. Horton, but the intent was to reward them for their loyalty and to recognise that milestone birthday.
Thank you. Now, the approval then of discretionary comps in respect of person one for the minute, let's keep it concrete, ultimately lay with you. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. So there's a delegated authority limits that I'm sure you probably have, and it's changed over a couple of years, and there are specific things that could go to me, and in our payment system, if I wasn't approved, it then kicks up to the next person. But I believe for this customer, I had the authority to, yes. And I might also add, Mr. Horton, that in this particular circumstances, given the value and significance, that myself and my direct report did actually tell others about what we were doing as well, not to seek approval. I'm not denying that, not to seek approval, but we made it aware of what we were about to do.
Yes, but you were the delegated authority for birthday cakes at the time, is that right?
Yeah, amongst other things, Mr. Horton, thank you, yes.
And the birthday cake, it wasn't cheap birthday cake, but it wasn't $20,000.
No, correct.
But that approval for that cake had to come to you?
I can't remember, but I think it actually might have sat in someone else's authority. I can't remember.
Anyway, it did come to you and you approved it. I think you agree.
I'll accept that. I'll accept that. I can't remember. Most likely.
I took to that email where I think you'd said jokingly maybe, and someone had said, I'll take those approved.
I thought that was for the watch, not for the birthday cake.
Right. I see. So the watch was certainly within your jurisdiction to approve or not approve?
That's correct.
And did you indeed approve that watch, which I've taken you to $52,000?
I did. It went through the payment system. It came to me. My approval level could approve it in the system, and it went through. So the
Thank
answer
you.
is yes, I did.
And that falls within the realm, does it, of discretionary comps or standard comps?
No, it fell under the realms of the birthday gift framework, and then it sat alongside the delegated authority.
Of value.
Thank you.
Is that right? Yes.
I believe so, yes.
Yes. And then can I take you to tab 40? And only one document in tab 40, Mr. Operator, so please only bring up this one. And it will be a redacted document, STA 6006 0005 3177. For those using a hard copy bundle, it's the last document. I'm sorry, it's about halfway through the collection of documents there. And the heading is as shown on the screen there, but it's also showing on the screen.
Yes, I have that.
Thank you, good. Now, you'll see that with respect to the watch, I think it's the same watch being talked about here that we saw as costing $52,000 a moment ago. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Horn.
For that, there was a division of the payment that got the price between two properties, and one of which is the Gold.
The Gold Coast property and then the central sales division, correct?
Yes, I see. And your response to that was well played?
Yes, that was just banter for the fact that the whole amount was not going to hit our.
Yes, and the P&L, you'd got an ineffective contribution from 20. So otherwise it comes out of the sales budget, is that right? But here 20K came from the...
That's correct.
Okay. Would it surprise you if I said that with respect to person one, his comp history in his lifetime is the description of the document. I won't take you to it, but so it's clear what I'm referring to for the purpose of your legal representatives, STA 6005 0005 0119. This runs to 719 pages.
Mr. Horton, sorry, I'm losing you through the microphone. You might have to speak a bit closer to it.
Yes.
I couldn't hear that.
That's right. My folder may have hit the microphone too. Would it surprise you if I told you that Mr. Person One's patron comp history - lifetime at the Star list ran to 719 pages?
I will not know. I don't think I'd be surprised over, 12 years, 15 years, maybe 20 years of patronage, multiple night stays in hotel. No.
Yes, the one I'm referring to is just for 2015 to 2021, actually. So there might be more,
Okay.
but that's the one that I seem to have.
I wouldn't know what an average list would be, Mr. Horton, but I accept what you're saying.
Yes. Well, let me ask you a few really more general questions now about what we've just been through. First, were you yourself trained in responsible service of gambling?
We have online courses that we need to complete throughout the year. That would be the base of the training. It's become more enhanced, I would say, since the Bergen inquiry started with Crown, and the companies have taken a more diligent approach to it since then, in that we like to now have the responsible gaming compliance teams come and join us in our departmental meetings to also workshop different scenarios. That's more recent, Mr. Horton, probably since 1920 onwards.
Yes. As at May 2017, had you been trained in responsible service of gambling?
I've taken a basic online course that the company provides for all the staff, yes.
Okay. And do you agree that within the Star, everybody should have a responsibility in that regard and it should be on everybody's mind?
Yes, I accept that.
Did you, as at May 2017, had you received any training in anti-money laundering responsibilities?
Again, I believe there is a online AML CTF course that everyone's required to undertake, yes.
As at May 2017, had you undertaken the course to which you just referred?
I'd have to check, Mr. Horton. As I sit here, I don't know right now, but I would have to check. I could assume I would have to, but I can't say yes or no.
Right. Can you recall, and I'm just picking a time for the moment in the past, relevant to the emails I've just put to you, in May 2017, turning your mind to whether what was being done with respect to incentivising person one, whether that met with AML responsibilities that the Star had?
So around that time and going on from that time, not around that particular gift or incident, but myself, my direct reports and others within my team would regularly pick up the phone and communicate with the AML team. And we would specifically ask the question, we've received a phone call from person one. He's asked us to make a booking. He's also asked that he can go to, as an example, an event. Are we okay to transact with this person? And the AML team would respond and say, yes, we're aware of person one. Yes, the police commissioner is aware of person one. Yes, you are. They just shouldn't receive anything that they're not entitled to based on the level of their play.
Would you just repeat those last few words before level of their play?
They shouldn't receive anything more than a person to the level of their play.
Yes.
So to what they're entitled to the level of that play.
Yes, but level of play again is a commercial consideration and entitlements for the casino. That's not an anti-money laundering responsibility, surely.
I see that. I can accept that.
So my point is this. I've only taken you to, and I want to emphasise this, a very small selection of no doubt the emails you've sent over the time, right? Infinitesimal compared to what you would have sent. But what I don't see in those is consideration being given to, even hinted at, with respect to responsible service of gambling or indeed money laundering responsibilities, anti-money laundering responsibilities.
You don't see them in the emails, Mr. Horton, no, but as I said, we frequently spoke with the AML team around person one in particular and
Yes.
sought their guidance, being the subject matter experts, and particularly around him. And we would make contact after there was, let's say, media coverage, and also as the person's play increased. The sales team is obviously to assist with the bookings, help with the customer. The subject matter experts around AML CTF is that particular team. So we would go to them to seek the guidance.
Yes. So you're...
I accept, as you said, they're not the emails. I totally accept that. They're not the emails.
I know. Sorry, you continue. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, not at all. I was going to say, but there was certainly regular contact with the team that would handle that information.
Yes. Your evidence seems to be that you made contact with the team that you had to in the Star as you needed to, and that you were never told what you proposed that you ended up approving should not, from an anti-money laundering perspective, be done.
In broad terms, that's accurate.
Yes, presumably you don't say you ever approved anything which you'd been told was not to be done in light of the Star's anti-money laundering responsibilities.
No, we were told that the customer can come to the properties, he can receive the benefits of his program, we can book him, he's requested for an event, person one can attend the event. He shouldn't receive again, my words, shouldn't receive anything more than a person of his level of play should. So that to me is more of a comparison towards other customers. But there was, I guess to your point, there was no conversation around the AML aspect of it, not with us. That's said obviously with the AML team.
Yes, but presumably you have to communicate in a meaningful way with that team to say what it is you're doing to check that it is in line with the company's anti-money laundering responsibilities.
So sorry, I should be communicating that with the team, or they're back to us? I don't understand the questions.
Well, there should be, you would want, before you gave a high value customer substantial benefits, to know and be satisfied yourself that it didn't contravene the company's anti-money laundering responsibilities.
I accept that, yes.
And is it your evidence that you made those checks about substantial gifts with the Stars anti-money laundering team?
No. So the actual watch itself, I don't think we got the blessing from the AML team specifically. So that's not my evidence. I don't think I actually said that, Mr. Horton. We would check with the AML team more broadly around the customer wanting to make bookings. That particular, the gift itself and the dinner, I don't think we sought the blessing of the AML team, no. I know we told my direct report we were doing it, but no, not the AML team.
Yes, but you might check, you said about bookings, that is, I presume, booking flights or use of a private jet?
I can't speak to that about the private jet. I know, and I know that you'll obviously have that in front of you there. There was two. The first one I was actually on leave for and not aware of that it actually happened until there was the seeking of approval for the seats on the second one, which was 12 months or something later. So I couldn't speak to whether there was approval sought for that, Mr. Horton. I wasn't involved in that.
Yes. One big reason for asking is that you yourself said, I think you're aware that this person had historically, by that I mean, I think you said 2005, 2007, been excluded from a casino, directed, I think, to be excluded from the Sydney casino by the New South Wales Police Commissioner, correct?
That's correct. I was aware via whether it was media articles or other through work that there was a New South Wales Police exclusion. That's correct.
Yes. And did the fact that someone had been excluded by the Police Commissioner in another state give you cause to worry that what person one might be doing could involve criminal activity in some way and risk the casino's involvement in that activity?
I think that sits a lot across a lot of customers, and hence that's why you have the AML, the risk teams, etc., and we communicate with them. They're the subject matter experts in those things, so we would go to them for guidance, input, etc.
I understand that answer, but could I ask you to direct your mind to my question with whether it caused you worry?
Back in that point in time, I wouldn't say it caused worry. I think it caused concern, and again, that's why we would, well, I myself had reached out to the specialists in that area. I don't think I was worried, but it certainly raises a concern, or some might say a red flag, yes.
Well, I'm just wondering what more one would need before asking very direct questions of the AML team to say, are you sure this is right that someone who'd been excluded by the police commissioner in another state should be A, coming to this state, and B, in any way being facilitated to do so? So
again, and that was the question in part to the AML team, and there's risk committees who set up the risk framework. You have your AML team, and as the sales function, as we've gone to them and they've come back to say, yes, you can transact with this person, then rightfully or wrongfully, it's been allowed to happen.
Yes, but you speak as if it's someone else's responsibility and not yours.
Well, I think it's a lot of people's responsibilities. I don't think it's solely sitting with one person. As I just outlined, there are groups of people that specialise in this area.
Doesn't responsibility sit to a large extent with the person who approves the benefit to drive and stimulate patron bookings?
To a degree, but there's also a responsibility that sits above that to make sure that the company and the company's employees are actually dealing with the right people.
Now, to what extent, if at all, did responsible service of gambling considerations factor into whether person one should be rewarded, recognised, or driven and stimulated to book in coming months?
Responsible gaming, as it sits aside a police commissioner wall, or responsible gaming in general?
Just responsible service of gambling itself for the minute.
So with the high net individuals that we generally deal with, the responsible service of gaming is probably not focused upon, that doesn't sound right, as much as other parts of the business. If a customer is played to a certain level over a number of years and quite possibly been reviewed and gone through the right assessments by other parts of the business, I think that's probably where it sits for that level of customer.
Yes, I think I understand. And in that regard, your emails, I want to give you a chance to comment on this, that I've taken you to, really do show that your focus is the profit of the casino's gambling business.
I think, in short, I would agree that that's what a sales team function is, whether you want to call it profit or the right commercial outcomes, or making sure that we are
Make money.
reaching the budgets that have been set to us.
Yes, I understand. And that your focus was achieving numbers in that regard rather than responsible service of gambling outcomes, or indeed meeting anti-money laundering responsibilities.
I could see how you could see that from the documentation you have, Mr. Horton.
Mr. Goddess, I notice the time. Is that a convenient time? I won't be too much longer with Mr. Peasley after lunch, and then we'll have Mr. Steiner if it's...
Yes. How long, Mr. Beecham, do you think you would be with Mr. Peasley?
Not very long. A minute or a couple of minutes.
I see. Another possibility, I know Mr. Peasley is in Perth. There's a 2-hour difference, of course, and if we were to adjourn for an hour and a half, we'd be resuming when, well, by the sound of it, it would all be cleared up within half an hour. Your further questioning and Mr. Beecham's. So we can expect sometime between 12:30 and 1 o'clock Perth time, the examination
Yes.
will conclude.
Yes, precisely.
Oh, very well. Yes, rather than continuing on for 20, 25 minutes, I think we may adjourn now. Brisbane time, we'll resume at 2:30. Is that?
Thank you,
Suit?
Mr. Goddison. Yes.
Resume at 2:30, would be 12:30 in Perth, and you should be finished, Mr. Peasley, by your lunchtime. So
Thank you, Mr. Goddison.
We'll adjourn now until 2:30 this afternoon.
All rise. This inquiry is adjourned until 2:30 p.m. Brisbane time. Silence, all rise. This inquiry is now resumed.
Yes, Mr. Horton.
Mr. Peasley, can you still hear me?
Yes, Mr. Horton, good afternoon.
Thank you. Mr. Peasley, it won't be much longer. I'm going to take you to two more documents. I'm going to ask you some questions about a response that the Star gave to the inquiry after issuing a requisition, and then a couple of small topics which we've touched on in a bit more detail, and then it will be for others to ask questions if they wish to.
Of course.
You had been given, as I understand it, Mr. Peasley, a couple of extra documents in addition to the ones in the bundle, so to speak. One of them is should be redacted. Operator STA 6006 0005 3357. It doesn't have a tab on mine, but should on yours.
Do you know what the tab number might be on mine, Mr. Horton?
No, I don't. I'm sorry. It might be separate, Mr. Peasley.
No, I can see this on my screen anyway, so.
Perfect. Thank you. And this document, Mr. Peasley, in redacted form, is one that ultimately I think comes to you. Is that correct at the top of the page?
Yes, I see that.
Now, just so you've got a couple of dates in your mind, Mr. Person 1 was excluded in New South Wales by the Police Commission on the 24th of July 2007. I want to ask you to assume that. And the Star issued a withdrawal of licence in respect of him for Queensland on the 16th of December 2021.
Yes.
Just that those dates may help you, because the email I'm showing you is October 2021. And in it, if you turn the page to 3358, there should be lots of redactions on this page. Good. That happens in the context, I understand, of concerns about person 1 and the continuation of the Star's relationship with him. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And so it was drawn to your attention, was it at least at this stage, if not before, that the AML team had some concerns?
Actually, before this date, Mr. Horton, there was a bit of a lag in between initial conversations around person 1's current state and the actual exclusion itself. So this is 21. I actually think there was conversations 12 months earlier where we were instructed, or we had spoken to the AML team. They had told us that something was going to happen. I think it was possibly during lockdown and not coming out of lockdown, the customers contacting us to make a booking. We were saying, no, we cannot. And then we would go back to the AML team to say, well, you know, a decision either needs to be made and someone needs to be talking to the customer. But then several weeks or months later, this came to us.
Thank you. And then you end up saying, if we return to the previous page, 3357, you say to your team, you're thinking that either Alex or Dean ring person 1 to inform him an investigator needs to set a call with him to discuss his future position with us, or someone can call him directly. Why was this a matter that you had to deal with in marketing?
Good question. I don't know. Again, there was this lag of the decision actually being made, and maybe I was trying to refer this back to the AML team, so they should be handling it. Well, I know we were pushing it back to them, so they'd be the ones ultimately speaking to person 1. But I don't think I can actually answer your question correctly. I don't know.
Well, Alex is in your team, is that correct?
Correct,
Dean would be in your team.
correct.
And who is Kev?
So
Mr.
Kevin
Hall.
Hallhand's the lead investigator.
Yes, I see. So you asking then whether two people in your team ring, or one of two, or the investigator rings.
Correct.
Wouldn't that always be someone other than marketing making that call of that kind to someone who, in respect of whom concerns have been raised by the AML team?
Generally, yes, you would think so.
Was there any thing in your mind to suggest you had to soften that call in order that this man might return to Queensland casinos and not be too discouraged by whatever was going to happen by reason of the AML restrictions?
No,
I see. But if that was the case, wouldn't it have been something that just the sales team would have been advised of, but not involved in decision making about who would make the call?
I don't know. Generally, the calls are made by the AML team.
Do you recall remembering who actually made that call?
I think Mr. Houlihan either made the call or if it's not on this email, there may have been one linked to it where it was suggested he was to travel to see the customer and have a face-to-face.
Yes. And would that, in your experience, normally happen with a customer who's being excluded or given a withdrawal of license based upon concerns about AML obligations?
I'm actually not sure, Mr. Horton. Whether it was, I mean, I would think that it would sit with the AML team, so it would be normal practice for the AML people to be having the conversations with those customers, because they would be the ones who would be able to answer any questions redirected at them that the salespeople just wouldn't have the knowledge of. Obviously,
Yes.
the AML team have deeper insights as to why it's an AML issue.
Yes, and presumably from a sales point of view, you would be very concerned not to involve yourself in that because, as you said, you're not AML subject matter specialists, you're selling specialists.
Well, I never said we were selling specialists, but I accept that I said that we weren't AML specialists.
Okay.
I accept what you're saying. I think, you know, as the specialist, this type of message and the insights behind it should be delivered by the people that truly understand it, the sales team. And I also believe there's something in there, Mr. Horton, around we actually don't necessarily get told why someone's being excluded and what sits behind the exclusion, particularly if it's a police exclusion. So we actually don't have all the information.
Well, okay, but let me quiz you on that a bit. You knew that this man had been excluded in New South Wales by the police commissioner there, yes?
Yes, correct.
And you knew from the email we've just looked at 33573358 that the AML team was raising such concerns that someone needed to have a look, to have a conversation with Mr. Person One so that he would not come to the casino. So this is not, I want to suggest to you what you've just raised. This is a real case where you have two concerns in front of you yourself about Person One.
Right. So, sorry, are you suggesting that this has come to me, so I should have acted? So the AML team have sent me the information, therefore I should have acted with the customer? So I'm not sure.
The essence of my query is this: why, and you may not be able to answer this, but here's the question. Why is the sales team being involved in a question which is now centrally, just going off this email, a question of AML? And in particular, sorry. Yep.
No, I was going to say that's a good question. I don't know.
You don't know the answer to that.
No, I don't.
It didn't strike you as odd you're being asked these questions at this time?
Well, not at this point in time, because over the journey, Mr. Horton, as I referenced, you've got a person that's been excluded by New South Wales Police Commissioner. We've been asking the AML team, about this person, and the response keeps coming back that the Queensland Police Commissioner is aware of him and no, nothing's happening. So we're sitting in between. Again, the responsibility in my mind sits with the AML team.
Yes. Okay. Now, it may be beyond your knowledge, but it's not merely a question of whether the Queensland Commission is doing anything, it's a question of what the STAR's doing.
Correct. That is exactly correct.
That is under AML responsibilities. The STAR has responsibilities and public officials have whatever responsibilities they have.
Yeah, you are correct, Mr. Horton. As I sit here today with the hindsight of multiple casino inquiries and AUSTRAC investigations, it probably even goes back before that as to what was the company's risk appetite, because then that set out all of the other things that are involved around AML and your RSA, etc.
Understood. And on that topic, I want to go one step further with you and suggest this so that you can have a chance to comment on it.
Sure.
And that is more broadly what I'm really suggesting to you is this, that these emails I've taken you to shows a confusion and a mingling of the sales role, the promotion role, with the restraint required by, most importantly, AML responsibilities.
I agree. And again, just to expand on what I just said, and even to go back to before the adjournment, you start with the risk appetite of the organisation. That should then lay out what the required training is for all roles, not just the AML, but obviously the salespeople, and making sure that the processes are in place, the training's in place to support that risk appetite, so we don't have that situation arise. So yes, I actually agree with you.
Can I show you one more email before moving to some other topics? I'm not suggesting this email has your name on it, just so you're aware. It's between other people, but in your team, as I understand it.
Sure.
STA 6006 0005 3301. It might not have a tab and it should be redacted, Mr. Operator. Perfect. Now, if you scroll to that's it. Thank you, Mr. Operator. I'm going to start again from the end of the email and go back to the beginning of it. Person one here has done, I presume that means lost 450K. Is that your understanding of what that says?
Yes.
And he's very angry as expected. And then Wayne, is Wayne a member of your team? Was a member of your team?
No, he was property based. He was part of the property team.
I see. And so why would Wayne be sorting out SPVs?
Because the salespeople are remote. Wayne was on property, so he was part of the operations team.
I see. So
yes.
Did he report to you?
No, he reported into the property itself. He was part of the gaming operations team.
And did Nadine Weaving report to you?
She did. She did. Now, just for reference, she was based in Melbourne and then she was based in the Gold Coast.
Thank you. And anyway, the SPVs there you would understand as being to negate, to try to offset some of the negative experience that from the loss that person one's just experienced.
I accept that.
And then if we going back up the email to the page 3301, it's said by Mr. Monaghan, who does report to you, looks like no Theo for us. Do you have any insight into what that might mean?
So the sales team are measured on the theoretical targets, not the actual targets. And if someone's had a quick loss, they obviously haven't generated much turnover, thus not much theoretical.
Okay, yes, I understand. Thank you. And then it said in response, none of this is suggested to be by you or to you, but I want to understand about culture. Someone in your team there, Mr. Dominic Furlong, says, why the gods so unkind? And
Yes, I see that.
So more cash is on its way and someone says, tell him to play smaller. I'm putting this to you because one, I want to understand that seems on its face callous.
I wouldn't say callous, but I would say there's certainly banter there.
Right. And second, suggestive in your team of a poor culture with respect to those who are gambling and losing?
I could see how you could see that from the outside in, Mr. Horton. I wouldn't suggest that it was a poor culture. I think that is just banter.
And how would you see it then from the inside out?
Well, if we went back to the start, and I'm only just seeing this, I think I got this either this morning or last night.
Yes, I'm
So
not
not that-
suggesting.
Yes.
I'm not suggesting anything different.
Thank you. So I would suggest that at the time, there's actually an RS issue here, or responsible gaming issue, in that the response shouldn't be to give someone an SPV when they've had a quick loss. It is actually to suggest that they have a bit of a break, and to either take them away yourself or suggest that, not give them more funds in that particular circumstance. So to me, I think we have a failing there already automatically. And then remotely distant from that, you've got these three people who are obviously 4,000 kilometres away or whatever it might be down in Melbourne, who between themselves, so this is a new sales team, they're just coming together. And again, as I said, I see this as bad. I actually don't see this really as poor culture. I accept how it can be perceived as that way.
Yes, well, that's how I'm suggesting to you it looks. Now, Mr. Peasley, did you have any input? And I'm only asking this to the extent to which I need to give you some background to some responses given by the Star to summons sent by Mr. Goddison. One response dated 8 August 2022 about the conferral of benefits on those who might be excluded.
I'm not sure. I know that we had allocated some staff to specifically gather the information. Mr. Horton, they may have asked me questions along the journey. I can't be sure.
Thank you. Well, I'll give you a bit of background so that I'm not surprising you, and I'll give the reference for the purpose of the courtroom, but not to be brought up, please, about what I'm looking at to ask these questions so that your lawyers here know too what I'm asking about.
Sure.
I'm asking about a document for the benefit of the courtroom. That is, I'll give the STA reference, STA 0000 007 0001, and that's the response which the Star has given to some requisitions issued by Mr. Goddison. And if it assists you, Mr. Goddison, there's a copy of this in the tender bundle, volume 4, Mr. Associate, binder 1, and it's behind tab 4.2 capital B. And I'm going to go to 2 pages for the benefit of those reading it, page 3 and page 17 of the response. Now, tell me when I ask these questions if I haven't given you enough background or if your understanding isn't sufficient to answer the question.
Sure.
It was asked about a private jet made available by the Star to person 1 on 2 occasions.
Mm-hmm.
And the 2 occasions are 23 October 2019 and 18 December 2020.
Understood.
And the first occasion mentioned then is said he was offered use of the jet because of what's called a dead leg flight. Does that make sense to you?
That's what I understand. That's correct.
And it was offered to him because he'd expressed his interest in going to Queensland and because of his historical play. Does that accord with your recollection?
Slightly. So, as I mentioned earlier, I wasn't involved in this. I was on leave at the time. In preparation for this, Mr. Horton, when I asked the question, it was put to me that the person was already travelling. It was already a booking that he had requested, was already travelling, And because it was a dead leg and what they saw as a minimal cost, it's consequential, they decided to offer to put him on the private dead leg instead, is what I was told.
What I understand. Did you approve that flight?
No, I did not. As I mentioned earlier, I was away. I had nothing to do with it.
Understand. And second, do I understand your evidence to be that this does not constitute pursuit of Mr. Person One?
Well, again, I wasn't there, but with the information given to me, I was told that he was already booked and going, and they just went from commercial to there. So,
Thank you. The second occasion mentioned was 18 December 2020,
yes,
and Person One was offered that on the response given by Star due to a large deposit of $50,000, indicated that he would deposit into the front money account, as well as historical play. Do you recall that event?
not the event, yes, but not the deposit, no.
That's all right. Do you have, I'm not suggesting you should, do you have a different recollection from what I've just summarised to you?
My recollection was that this was what we would refer to sort of as a domestic shuttle. So it was actually a private jet that we put on for a group of gaming machine customers. And there was a couple of spare seats that were there offered to the table games team. And they requested if they could put Person One on it. I believe the final approval did come to me. I did query it when it was put to me. And the response I got was that he'd already been on a jet, which I was not aware of at the time. So rightfully or wrongfully, I approved that he would go on that particular jet, but it was not put on for him. And I was not aware of any deposit for that either.
Okay. But in any event, you say, again, just to use your words rightly or wrongly for a minute, that you approved that particular flight.
I did. I believe I saw some documentation that suggests that as well.
Thank you. And then if I can turn back to page 3, just for the benefit of those in the courtroom, these questions arise in that same context, Mr. Peasley, about what the Star's exclusion policy said at the time, and I think you'd already made allusion to it. From August 2015, that policy was there's to be no activity by any staff which may be considered to be an inducement or solicitation to visit any casino by any person who is the subject of an exclusion order at any Star Entertainment Group property. Does that accord with your recollection?
More recent recollection at the time, so when we took over the team, and also that subsequent conversation with on the back of that media article, I hadn't read the exclusion policy. I hadn't seen the exclusion policy. It was verbalised to me, and so I hadn't known that particular part of it. No. Yes.
You hadn't at the time you were approving the flight, for example, read the exclusion policy?
No, that's correct. So the exclusion policy that I read was around the 2020, 21, the start of the actual inquiry. So I hadn't actually seen the exclusion policy up until that point.
I see.
From 2015 or up to the jet.
I understand. Well then, from February 2019, which I think is the time now you're talking about, the policy provided there be no activities which may be interpreted as an inducement or solicitation to the excluded person to gamble in an SGR casino. Is that,
yes.
Do you recall reading that?
Good, correct, yes. And that's when obviously they looked at all of these New South Wales exclusions that weren't carried into Queensland, I believe, and started to act on them. And that if we go back to the previous conversation, that might have been where this lag was in that email, which is 21. I think you just showed me around the AML team coming to us.
Yes, well, I, in terms of a lag, it's important to remember that COVID prevented travel for some of the time between 2020 and, as we all know, reasonably recent times. So that fact is not lost on me, at least. But that's not to suggest there wasn't. So it's clear. I'm not going to suggest that there was no delay. Of course, it was excluded New South Wales from really a decade earlier. Well before a decade earlier. Good. So and then, what I really put to you earlier about things was that, in effect, what you did with the cake and the Rolex and other things was really to induce or solicit person one to visit a casino in Queensland. I think you've answered those questions, but I wanted to give you a chance to comment on that now in the context of the exclusion policies.
Yes, no, so looking at the exclusion policies and what we're doing, I would say that we were not in line with the policy, and the fact that we thought, we say at the time, we were rewarding, recognising for loyalty. The mere fact, Mr. Horton, the person one was even allowed to participate in the loyalty program as an incentive, inducement or incentive. So I think we've had failings from the get-go.
Yes, and even I think on the emails I showed you earlier, one of which you're involved in, and just no one needs to go to it, but the reference is there, so I can be kept honest about it. STA 6006 0001 0183 tab 6. The data about birth was used to drive and stimulate patrons' booking. Not just reward and recognition, but it seems at least someone in your team thought that stimulating bookings was a purpose of birthday celebration data, as it said.
And it's a blanket comment, it's a general comment. It's certainly, I don't think, and without being disrespectful to the situation, I don't think it specifically covers these outliers. But yes, that's what it says. And if we look at it, Mr. Horton, you've got this exclusion policies from 15. You've got a person that's been travelling since 07 under a New South Wales exclusion. The policy in 15 says they shouldn't receive any inducements or enticements. However, this person's been allowed to even be part of the loyalty program as a minimum, let alone what we were doing. And then there's a conversation that says he's still allowed to come, but there's no amendment to the exclusion policy that deals with how they should be dealt with or what they should be entitled to.
And in the case of person one, his loyalty card was activated and deactivated in order that he be allowed to cross the border, gamble in Queensland and go back again, because otherwise it wouldn't have been possible given the exclusion, the effect which the exclusion had on his loyalty card.
I accept that. I'm not sure of the technical workings of it, but I can accept that, possibly.
I took that to you earlier, that the workaround that was...
The workaround, but I don't know, I think you're indicating just then, or what I took from your comment was it happened every single time we went. I'm not sure whether that was the case. Sorry, I might have misunderstood what you said.
No, I understand. You might say what I've described about the loyalty card is in at the very least, in a slightly different category from the benefit. It might be a mechanical thing that needs to be done to give effect to a trip.
Sorry, can you re-put that?
I'm just trying to understand fully your evidence about the loyalty card and the way you distinguish it, the activation and deactivation.
Well, I was going back to your previous comment. I thought you meant it was activation, deactivation every time the person travelled. I thought it was just once. I understand the reason why it was deactivated. I
Yes.
certainly accept that. I saw that in the email we saw earlier. And when I received that email was the first time I actually knew of that process as well. So I am accepting.
Yes. Well, let me just check that. The position as I understand it, and I'm reading for the benefit of your lawyers in the courtroom from the same document we've been on at page 29, at the bottom of the page. So there's a reference. As person one was permitted to visit and play at the Stars Queensland property, his account status in Syncross had to be changed for him to use his membership card to utilise the car park, allow all cage transactions to be conducted and to record play on the TGs and EGMs, access hotel lists and purchase food and beverage. When person one finished play, his account status was changed back to, quotes, excluded New South Wales, close quotes, due to his New South Wales exclusion.
Right, so that does indicate it was trip by trip then.
It does to me.
Yes, no, I don't think I actually saw that earlier, but I accept that.
That's right. And finally, on this point, I wanted to draw your attention to something that Star had said, to be fair to you about what it said people had done. And it says this: the Star took the view, I'm reading from page 3, I'm sorry for those in the room. The Star took the view that customers who are the subject of an historic police exclusion in New South Wales could nevertheless gamble and earn and redeem loyalty membership benefits at the Stars Queensland properties. And references made to the Premium Services Training Manual. Does that ring any bells? And does that accord with your understanding?
I hadn't read that, but that is in accordance with my understanding.
Yes. Thank you. Now, generally, with respect to person one, this is going to be very. I'd asked you earlier about the 719-page comp lifetime list. I couldn't find in there, I could be wrong, the Rolex or the birthday cake, but I would just want to check with you, is there some separate list for things which are discretionary comps or might be on different budgets or on credit cards?
Possibly. The cake and the watch itself would have, or should have, been put into the CRM. So I think back then it was Sales Logic and then moved into Salesforce. I think what you have in front of you is all of the transactions associated with his loyalty card and if not possibly stays. So
yes,
it would include obviously all comps to do that he's earned and any redemptions that he may have done himself that he's entitled to do off his loyalty program for SPVs.
Yes.
Yes. Hotel rooms, I'm not sure whether the airfares would be on that as well.
Yes. I'm not sure. There's certainly those things that you've mentioned up to this point, some of which are small and matters of detail and some of which are not, but I'm just trying to understand where one would find a complete list of the benefits, and it may not be in this list you're saying.
Well, possibly not.
That's right. We can make inquiries separately.
Yes.
Thank you. And then finally, generally, this is accord with your understanding of the types of benefits person one received from the casino airfares, including business class airfares.
Yes, that's correct.
Come to Queensland, limousine transfers.
Yes.
2 trips in the private jet to come to Queensland.
Yes.
Special premium player agreements.
I'm unsure of that. There may have been one before my time. In general, Mr. Horton, we don't offer what we describe programs for blackjack players.
Yes.
So I'm unsure of that, to be honest.
Thank you.
So, well, certainly not since I've undertaken the role.
Accommodation upgrades to person one and friends.
Possibly. I know for him there would have been upgrades at time.
Yes. Tickets to entertainment shows, The Village People and John Farnham.
Again, I can't be sure, but I wouldn't say no.
Gift cards. Gift cards.
So the gift cards were part of the loyalty program before it was overhauled in circa 2018 or whatever it was. The customers across all the properties could redeem the earn-based points, their casino dollars, comps for gift cards. And those gift cards, I think they were specific, for example, David Jones, Myers, things of that type, and Star Club cards, which were obviously our own ones that can be used on property.
Thank you. The birthday things we've talked about already. Very many dinners, is that correct?
Yes, so there would have been dinners. So what you're describing is actually quite standard entitlements. We go back to the start, the airfares, the limousines, the room. So these actually come from the customer's points.
Yes.
So yes, they're benefits, but they come from the customer's points. Some customers, if they have the points, choose to go business class. Some go economy. Dinners, again, whether they pay for the dinners from their points or they've actually been hosted at that point in time. So yes.
But accommodating dietary preferences, I think at one stage Patagonian toothfish.
Well, yes, I can accept that he may have a preference for certain food, and if the properties are in the customer service business, I can assume that they've probably satisfied that request.
Would it be usual for members of your team to dine with a customer such as person one?
Yeah, so specifically, so broadly, yes, my team members and others at the properties do spend time entertaining customers over a meal. Specifically with person one, he would make contact either before to book a trip and a lot of time after the trip, particularly in Melbourne, well, in Melbourne, obviously, to either as they book it or after the trip to go over some issues he may have had, customer service specific issues.
Yes, that's the example I'm talking about.
Yes,
Thank you. Had you finished your answer?
yes.
Good. Well, I finished my questions.
Yeah.
At least in chief, Mr. Goddison.
Thank you. Mr. Beecham.
Thank you, Mr. Goddison. Mr. Peasley, could I ask you to take up the document? I think we can put this up on the screen. I'll just double check this. This was that one was redacted, wasn't it? So we can put that up.
Do you know which tab number?
No, it's one of the loose ones.
Yes, it was definitely.
Okay, could Mr. Operator, could you please put up STA 6006 0005 3357? Go to the next page, please. Do you remember this document, Mr. Peasley?
Yes, Mr. Horton just brought that up before.
Thank you. Now, he asked you why you and your team were involved in this matter. If I see if I can stimulate, to use the buzzword of today, some recollection. You will see there in the paragraph that starts just above the dot points, it was recommended. See that bit?
Yes.
Now, it seems that what has been raised with you there is a ban from the private gaming room. Am I
Yes, I
reading
see
that
that.
correct?
Yes.
I'm reading
I
that
see
correctly. You tell me if you can recall, was it expected that person one would be happy about that?
I can't recall, but I can take a guess.
If
I
we
can't-
assume, if we assume he would be unhappy about it, would it be right to say that your team had the closest relationship with person one?
Not necessarily. So, as I said, person one had been going to the Gold Coast property for almost 2 decades, so well before my team took over the relationship. And a lot of the staff up at the property had been there for almost 2 decades, and they had a huge amount of equity in their relationship with the customer as well. So we weren't necessarily the closest. We could be possibly close, yes, but not necessarily the closest.
Well, in terms of people who are sitting at a slightly higher level in the corporate hierarchy than, for example, the person at the blackjack table, members of your team had a relatively close relationship with him.
Yes, correct.
And in terms of providing the bad news, if I can use it that way, is it possible that it was thought that you might be the best people to message the bad news to person one?
I don't know, to be honest, Mr. Beecham. I'm not sure whether that was their intent. I honestly don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Goddison.
Thank you. No re-examination.
No re-examination.
Very well.
And might Mr. Peasley be excused?
Yes, Mr. Peasley, thank you for your attendance, and you're excused from further
I'll leave-
attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Goddison. Thank you, Mr. Horton.
Mr. Goddison, there is just some general arrangements before I call Mr. Steiner, if that's permissible.
Yes.
First is the media had made informal but not written application to have access to the exhibits which I showed during Mr. Peasley's evidence,
Yes.
only in redacted form. And I understand there are a couple more redactions which the Star would make, but that is not generally opposed. But I might let Mr. Beecham deal with that.
Very well.
I'm sorry, Mr. Goddison. I apologise. So there are a couple of other corporate confidentiality issues that do arise from those documents. The other point we've noted within them is that there's a lot of personal information, names and so on and so forth, that may need to be dealt with before they're released to the media in terms of...
Yes. And insofar as there's a redaction, it has concerned person one and identification of him and activities concerning him.
Yeah, but other people's names. And
Yes, I
information.
understand that.
Yes.
That's a concern you're raising because
Quite so.
the former hadn't covered that.
Yes. Now, we're not critical of anybody about that, but we thought that we should raise, firstly, the things that concern the Star. We can work through those, I think, fairly quickly in terms of corporate information. So I think in one of them, for example, there was some figures there that should probably be redacted. And then we thought to raise as well for consideration the personal information of other people that might well be conveniently removed from those documents before they're released.
How long do you think that process would take?
I thought that perhaps we could have the solicitors, both sets of solicitors, put somebody on it to do that.
We can do, I mean, it can be commenced straight away.
Yeah. You think an hour or
Yes.
2 hours? I've had. I've been
You are in the meeting now.
2 hours, I believe, because I think there's working through all of those documents. I understand might take a little time in terms of the personal information. We're almost done with the Star-specific information.
Well, that being so, it's not then necessary to consider a release, for want of a better term, of those exhibits which are non-contentious, leaving the others to be dealt with over some indefinite period of time. So if it can be done within 2 hours.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Yes, and to be clear, it was only those ones which were displayed on the screens, not the ones I referred to, but didn't display for obvious reasons.
Oh yeah, sure.
And
Understand that.
we'll begin effecting those changes, and of course, emails and telephone numbers you've already ordered to be
Yes.
kept.
Yes, well,
separate, so we'll affect that.
I have no objection to the making available to the media of the exhibits in question, subject to attention to the outstanding preservation of private matters appropriately done.
Thank you very
Very
much.
well.
Thank you. The second matter is this: in respect of Mr. Peasy's evidence, I did not go to all the documents in the bundle, and I won't burden you with them all. Might we retrieve from your associate that bundle? We will remove the documents to which no reference was made. We'll consult with the Star's lawyers about that to make sure they're content. We'll add the 2 or 3 emails I referred to separately.
Yes.
So you have a convenient bundle, which I'll tender maybe this afternoon or tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, that would assist.
Just give me 1 minute, Mr. Collins. The third matter is, without wishing to direct your associate, would he mind taking from the box those other material and placing in there the bundle that Mr. Steiner might use when we call him, just so that he doesn't have that other distraction?
Yes.
And before he's called, might I hand up the relevant material to you so that you can have access to it, and I propose to tender it at the end of his evidence.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Goddison. First, I'm
Yes, sir.
handing up the tender bundle with respect to the witness statement of Mr. Steiner. We propose it be volume 9, binders 1 and 2, to be ultimately incorporated in exhibit 3.
Yes.
I understand you already have his statement itself, which is
Yes.
placed in the bundle.
Yes, I've had a chance to have a look at it. Look over it.
I have a copy of exactly the same material for the witness box for the witness.
Might remove the other stuff as well.
Thank you. And we'd otherwise just ask that volume 1 of exhibit 3 be also made available in the witness box with a witness copy. We're changing topics a little bit to the AML specialist now, so that might assist to keep things a bit simpler.
So I'll place it back in. Binder 1, the statutory declaration that
Thank
I
you,
have.
Mr. Goddison.
Very well.
I'm sorry for that interruption.
At all.
The next witness is Mr. Howard Ira Steiner, and I call him. Just stop me. Just stop me.
Affirmation, please.
You solemnly affirm and declare the evidence given by you to the inquiry shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes.
You are Howard Ira Steiner, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you live in Union Street in Piedmont, or you work in Union Street in Piedmont, probably?
Yes, that's correct.
You might live and work there. And you currently work for the Star Entertainment Group,
Correct.
and you are currently the General Manager, Anti-Money Laundering, Counter-Terrorism Financing Compliance for that group.
Yes.
And you're also, as well as that, but only since 3 June 2022, the designated AML CTF Compliance Officer
Yes.
for the purpose of, in effect, the federal rules about money
Yes,
laundering. Now, you commenced employment with the Star in January 2020. And would you just briefly describe, please, the circumstance in which you came to be appointed at that time?
I had previously been at Las Vegas Sands for 6 years, where I was the executive director of anti-money laundering operations.
Yes. And you've got 20 years executive level anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing experience, is that right? You've worked in many jurisdictions. And this is your field.
Is yes.
Put it in summary. Now you lead the anti-money laundering CTF team, is that correct?
That's correct.
At the Star, you report to Jeff Hogg, the interim CEO.
Yes.
And under you, you currently have 31 staff.
Yes.
And there are 4 sub-teams.
There are, yes.
One of which is concerned with something called enhanced customer due diligence, otherwise known as ECDD. And that conducts deep dives on particular customers as appropriate.
Yes.
And one of the triggers for conducting the deep dive is, and one only, is an assessment of the risk of the person.
Yes.
And that might arise in different ways, and we'll come to that detail later on. Now, you talk in your statement, which just for the record, but I don't want to brought up, is STA 00000080305. And you've got a copy there, Mr. Steiner, if you need it, in front of one of those volumes, as well as all the documents. You talk about 3 lines of defence: management, risk management and compliance, and the third is audit. Now, as I understood from your statement, you've been involved in, I'm going to use a word of yours for a minute, uplifting
Correct.
the STARS AML program, put it generally, and that process is still underway. Is that correct?
It is, yes.
And is this correct to say it? Already you say you've achieved an uplift, and that you have a properly resourced team, but more needs to be done. Is that how you'd summarise it?
Yes.
And I think you say in your statement it's a more mature system now than when you commenced work at the Star.
I believe so, yes.
Now, I'll just go briefly into the reviews of the AML system, of which you're aware, but I think you weren't there when they started and were completed, some of them. In May of 2018, KPMG delivered to STAR a review of Part A and Part B of its anti-money laundering regime at the time. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I don't need to go into detail with you, but in summary, that found there were some serious deficiencies in the STAR's AML program.
Understanding, yes.
And that's part of the context in which you come into the picture at the STAR, so far as you understand it,
Yes.
to help improve the system. Now, very briefly, the regulatory framework. I don't know, you're not a lawyer, is that correct?
That's correct.
But there's a federal act about anti-money laundering. Underneath that, there are rules. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then organisations have their own program to give effect to those more general rules.
Correct.
And at the STAR, you have, among other things, and you've mentioned them, 4 standards which help give effect to the rules.
Correct.
Good. We'll come to those in a bit more detail later on. There's a document called RSM, is that right?
Well, RSM is a consulting firm. They produced a document called the Capability Maturity Model.
I see. And as I understand it, that company has just finished conducting some sort of review for STAR for you, is that right?
That's correct.
And could you just briefly explain what they've been reviewing and what the product is they've produced?
The report consists of an assessment of 7 what they term as levers, which are major categories for anti-money laundering compliance and governance. Beneath those levers are drivers, which is a more granular input into those levers. So the calculation of an average score would be averaging up the scores as they found them to be for all those drivers, and then producing that as the representative score for the lever. There are, I believe, 7 levers. The report also details growth vectors. For each lever, the vector would give a magnitude and a direction of whether continued efforts are pointing northwards, are stable, or declining.
Yes. No, I haven't seen a copy of the report because it's only just been finalised, as I understand it. And we will obtain a copy in due course. But what I'm asking you about is because I haven't seen it, I don't propose to be very long on it, but could you summarise what you understand to be its principal findings so that we understand at the outset?
I think the principal finding is that we were found to be core compliant, meaning that if we were to just sustain what we have now, we would meet the obligations under the various federal and state acts.
Understand. Thank you. And I might ask you more of that tomorrow once I've seen the document. For now, we don't have it and there's no complaint about that. Now, under the federal arrangement, there are 2 primary concerns. One is reporting to AUSTRAC about suspicious matters, an obligation, I think, under Section 41 or something of the Act. You are aware of that?
Yes.
And in Section 36, so far as it concerns an obligation on reporting entities, I think they're called, to about the risk that they might face of becoming involved in criminal law activity or anti-money laundering activities.
Yes.
In effect, that those rules cast upon the reporting entity the obligation to take care of itself on risk within the framework of the Act and so forth, correct? And one of those ways one does that is by knowing your customer, KYC, and that's both about identity, but also about knowing where, in some circumstances, where their source of money comes from, what it is.
That's correct.
Use the neutral term money for the minute rather than funds or wealth. Now, the STAR undoubtedly falls within the Act because casino operations attract the operation of it. Is that correct? You understand? Now, the program is and has always been, while you've been there, a group-wide program. Is that right?
Yes.
So since January 2020 at least, it applies equally in Queensland as it does in New South Wales, for example?
Yes, it does.
And to your knowledge, did it do the same before you commenced starting at the STAR?
I don't believe it did, no.
I see. You think there were there separate regimes for the different states?
I'm not sure whether there were separate regimes, but certain actions that would now be taken on a group-wide basis were not historically.
I understand. Now, you've produced to the inquiry the current program, capital P. You've given a risk management and assessment framework as it presently stands.
Yes.
You've given the 4 standards,
Yes.
or 3 standards maybe, but in any event, the standards and the standard operating procedures, which describe how specific required elements of the AML CTF program are implemented procedurally.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in the past, there was a system called Protect, P-R-O-T-E-C-H-T,
Protect. Yes.
Protect, and that's more or less been subsumed now, has it, by a system called TrackVia.
For AML completely, yes. We've retired use of that within the AML.
Yes. And could you briefly describe what TrackVia is?
It's a software that basically accommodates the end-to-end process of everything we do in AML. It's not an AML tool. It's part of a family called low-code applications, sort of like a blank canvas where engineers and architects take that technology and produce a bespoke system for whatever application that they're looking to design.
Thank you. Yes, I see. And that technology's been taken and been worked up by STAR, has it,
Yes.
to be its AML tool in that respect?
It is our core anti-money laundering system.
Thank you. Now, what I'd like to do in my questioning of you is 2 main things. First is to understand some key aspects of the STARS AML program in effect now, focusing on things like risk and when it arises in a sense that requires more to be done in terms of know your customer, not so much about identity, but really about source of money. The threshold for those triggers, the factors to be taken into account, and whether that accords with the AUSTRAC way that risk is looked at. That's really the first, and that'll involve us going to some of the standards. And the second exercise I want to do with you is this. In your statement, you've given, and at our request it was, and you very much filled out the chronologies which we gave to the STAR about 5 case studies, persons 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, as ways of testing, I suppose, more practically, how things might now be done differently from the past or not, and to understand how some of those things feed into the questions I've asked you about risk in a more general sense coming from the AML program. That's the general scheme of what I'd like to ask you about, so you knew about the track ahead. So can I start, please, on really the issue of risk? I'm going to try so far as possible, Mr. Steiner, not to read out parts of what I want to go to so far as the STAR's own policies and programs. The idea being that if they're your protections against people infiltrating with activity, it's best that people who might wish to circumvent them not know about them. So far as possible, I'll try to direct your attention to the words rather than read them out aloud, and the Commissioner will have his own version of things. Now, might need some help on where to find them. Now, in terms of risk itself, Section 36, as we've said, requires ongoing customer due diligence with a view to, in effect, the STAR identifying, mitigating, managing the risk it may reasonably face at the provision by it of a designated service, involves or facilitates money laundering or financing of terrorism, and also to be in accordance with the rules. And then, as I understand it, the rules talk about, and these are at the front of the bundle there, you probably know them off by heart, Mr. Steiner, in the tender bundle volume 1, which you might have there. We've included for you the rules, so just relevant extracts. And for you, Mr. Goddison, behind tab 1.2 of volume 1 of the exhibit 3.
Thank you.
Now it's 15.9, Mr. Steiner, that I want to ask you about. One's got to apply enhanced customer due diligence when the systems throw up a high risk.
Yes.
Now, just briefly, what is enhanced customer due diligence?
I think as you've stated before, enhanced customer due diligence is more of a deep dive into what we know of the customer,
Yes.
as well as verifying certain information that we do have, trying to understand more holistically what risks the customer presents, and understanding from that whether a customer is suitable to maintain a relationship with the casino.
Yes. So the way it works, it seems, is that the Act in section 36 says you've got to do ordinary customer due diligence on people, but where you reach a risk trigger of high, you've got to do, for the moment, call it colloquially, a deep dive. And the threshold for that seems to be, is the risk high?
That's one threshold.
I'm sorry, that's
one threshold.
yes. And that's the threshold which is in 15.91. And there are the other ones that you're alluding to, in effect, those in 2, 3, and 4 are 15.9.
I'll accept, I guess.
Good. Just if you want to check this, I know you probably know this off by heart, but if you want to check it, it is in one of the bundles next to you if you at any stage need to have recourse to it. Excuse me one moment. Now, we've got to go, as I understand it, then to the STARS standards, is that right? To see how that system would determine a high risk.
I'm sorry, what system are you referring to?
The STARS system,
Stars.
for the minute.
Yes.
But the way is the place to look for that for the minute in the standards of the STAR.
It would be included in the standard, yes.
Good. I want to go there first, if that's all right. Mr. Goddison, can we go please to tab 9.4 of the 2-volume big bundle?
9.4.
And Mr. Steiner, if you need it, it's 9.4. It's in volume 1 of the 2 bigger bundles. This standard, it might be in blue, I think. And I think blue indicates confidentiality. Is that right?
It's the KYC standard.
That's it. And for reference only, but not to be brought up, STA 3001 0001 1355. Now, Mr. Steiner, this standard is about know your customer. So you have to answer audibly just
Yes.
so that they can see, people can read later that you've responded to me and I wasn't talking to myself. Then you'll see at 5.2, what follows underneath that is about know your customer, but not in the sense of identity.
Correct.
So one is to know that the person who you're dealing with is actually the person who you're dealing with, who they say they are. But the second idea is this idea, it seems that in some circumstances, one might want to be obliged to do a dive into where the person gets their money from.
That's correct.
And so to trigger here with respect in 5.2, there are the various triggers given in the dot points over the page on 1359, which is page 5 of 18.
Yes.
And so each of those you say might require more significant money information
Correct.
to be inquired about.
Yes.
So now we would understand, is it that the deeper dive, whether it be ECDD or not, a deeper dive is urged by the standard when dealing with those triggers.
Yes.
And so it might not be precisely the right language to use, but each of those is something which seems to be indicating a possibility of a higher risk, even if it's not formally triggered. So
Correct.
And then in 5.3 on page 5, on the same page, under the heading additional KYC information, there's reference in dot point 6, second from the bottom of that first lot of dot points, in about the middle of the page,
Yes.
to if a customer has a risk rating of very high.
Correct.
What significance of very high there, given we've seen in the rules, the AML rules in 15.9, reference to high being the threshold?
Current formulation that we have is low, medium, high, and very high. Normally, very high obviously is the highest risk rating a patron can get. I don't know that high or very high means much in terms of context of analyzing a customer's risk. I think we would approach high and very high similarly.
Could you just repeat that? You'd
I think
approach.
we would approach high and very high in a very similar manner.
I understand. That's the question. Thank you. And then over 2 pages to 1361 of the same document, page 7 of 18. Again, there's reference to very high there in the first dot point at the top of the page. Now that again is only talking about ID for a minute, but again, is very high there to be understood, perhaps is also including high.
For something where we're actually asking for a piece of information, this dot point might only apply to very high.
Yes,
Yes.
thank you. And in any event, it's not about a source of money inquiry, it's about an identity inquiry.
Correct.
And proof of it, I understand. Okay, so that standard itself doesn't give, not a criticism for a minute, just a statement of fact, doesn't give us detail yet of how we arrive at risk. It just says what some of the triggers are in 5.2 for a source of money deeper dive.
Correct.
For relevant purposes. I'm excluding identity for a minute because I'm not too concerned about that. Then the next tab in the bundle, for those in the room, tab 9.5 is the transaction monitoring and AUSTRAC reporting standard. STA 3001 0001 1418. Now this standard really concerns the reporting of the STAR to AUSTRAC. Is that right, about suspicious matters?
In part, not every transaction monitoring event precipitates a report to AUSTRAC,
I see.
but the
Yes.
standard does describe when that needs to happen.
Yes, but it singles out for particular treatment when and on what basis one must give a suspicious matter report to AUSTRAC.
That's correct.
Good. And again, my focus for these questions won't be on that so much, being an AUSTRAC concern. And in any event, we can see even in historical material, which I'll take you, that there was engagement with AUSTRAC from time to time on various things by the staff. Then the next tab is 9.6. And this is the Enhanced Customer Due Diligence Standard, STA 6005 0018 4118. Now, this is the standard that we should focus on for the moment. We'll go down further into things if we're interested in risk, how to arrive at risk, and what one must do if one's doing a deeper dive into source of money inquiries.
That's correct.
Thank you. And there you say page 3 of 17, page 4120 of the doc ID one, that this is just one of the processes by which you might, for a moment, I'm using a colloquial term, going to do the deeper dive.
That's correct.
And I think it goes on to say, look, the standards work together. They're not all standalone. One builds on the other and they might work interactively, in effect.
Yes, that's
Support each other. I think it said there in the second last paragraph on the page. And then an explanation is given under 4. This all relates back to section 36 for the moment of the Act. And then this is what I want to be a bit of a focus on. And then we have at 5.1 on page 4121, page 4 of 17. see the risk there has got to be a very high risk customer for the purpose of ECDD.
That's one dot point there.
It is?
Not exclusive to.
No, it's not. And there are many other dot points there, which talk about other types of things. For a minute though, I want to fix on one, and there's a footnote there as well. And so just note the footnote. And you agree that that there says a risk category which is not in terms that which appears in 5.19 sub 1 of the AML rules. And the footnote explains that that risk, which on its face is higher, is to be understood as lower for the purpose of the rules.
Correct.
So to put it in summary, if you in STAR consider the risk to be high, that would equate on your evidence to medium for the purpose of the rules.
I think there's a mapping of the risk ratings to the OSTRAC risk ratings, but I don't think there's any conceptual difference between a high for OSTRAC's purposes and a high or very high for the STARs.
Yes, now in your statement you deal with this, and you deal with this paragraph. I'm sorry, I just find that you've done a useful little table in your statement. Thank you. Going the wrong way. At paragraph 63, I'm told, on page 13 of the statement. And that's where you do the mapping, I think, is that what you just called it?
Yes.
You can see the point I'm trying to make, I think, which is that if one assesses it as high for your purposes, this table seems to be telling us it's not high for OSTRAC's purposes.
It could be construed that way. I'm not sure that in practicality that's how it works.
Well, I want to explore it with you because maybe it's a legal thing, but the labels are important and risk ratings are important. We know for bushfires and so forth, and we know from history that using a wrong word can misdirect one's mind. In fact, the interaction of language and thought. So if one gets the language wrong, one may get the risk rating wrong. Just trying to explore the reason why there would be a different label given to the risk which the rules just clearly state as being high.
There shouldn't be, and we're taking active measures to make sure that our rating system aligns with that of OSTRAC.
Yes. Now, to be fair, I think you do say that mistake. But can I just understand what that general comment means? Taking action to ensure it aligns. Is that
Yes.
it will align? You're looking at how to do that, or what?
No, we are actively doing that, as well as looking. We have a project in flight for a much more sophisticated or nuanced system of assessing and assigning customer risk that will align in terms of the nomenclature to OSTRAC. But it's there are very many more inputs to that assessment, and that's part of the uplift of the risk assessment standard or the process in general.
Yes. And the difficulty I want to suggest to you is if one were just to approach it simply, presumably as people are doing in the practice of this, one might say, well, I think he's a high risk, but I've gone to a table internally which says, don't worry, it's magically turned into a medium risk by virtue of internal procedures and policies, and therefore I don't engage 5.19.
Right, and I was not the person who wrote this system. I was not there when it was written. It's one of the things that is in scope for being changed, and we're actively managing a project that accommodates that enhancement.
Yes, I'm not suggesting you wrote it. I'm not suggesting it's something that you put in place that wasn't there before. But what I do want to suggest is it's a serious problem with respect to risk assessment because the label is likely to understate for the purpose of 15.19 the very risk which triggers the deeper dive that the rules require.
I think that's true, but I think the fact that we understand where it was and what it should be, how we approach those labels right now prior to actually affecting that change in the way we're mapping, the way we're accommodating the similar language to OSTRAC, that we approach things in a way that you would expect if in fact our language did align with Austrac's language in assigning risk ratings.
Okay. Can you give us detail as much as you can of how that happens?
I think in every instance where we assess risk, people who are high or very high are considered all very high.
Yes. But are people who are considered high in your organisation also considered high for the purpose of Austrac and for the purpose of taking a deeper dive?
Yes.
And is that said anywhere in the policies or procedures or standards?
I think not at the present, but again, in terms of practicality, that's how we.
No, I must say I couldn't see it, and I pointed to the footnote on page 4 of 17 on document STA 6005 0018 4118. So that's a footnote. It appears elsewhere. I'll come to that, but it just seemed to me the policy, to use a very general term, seems very intent on saying a high risk for the purpose of the STAR doesn't mean you engage the Austrac standard in 15.9 of high.
That might be what it says, but again, in terms of practice, it does.
Yes. Okay, but this was a standard that was reissued on 16 March 2021 and approved by the board on 1 June 22 and effective from 31st of August 22. So this is the freshest standard, is that right?
It was originally written in 2019.
Yes, okay.
I think it's due for a complete rewrite. And again, I think that rewrite and the accommodation of either a more nuanced system and one that aligns more closely with the Austrac nomenclature is something that we have considered. It's a project that is in flight as part of our uplift plan.
Yes, but look, I'm sorry to harp on it, but written 3 years ago, maybe, but reissued and just approved by the board, 1st of June 2022, be effective, in effect, next Wednesday. But you can see the difficulty I'm putting to you is if you identify there's something which is suboptimal, use a neutral term, that's something which the board's recently approved as suboptimal, which comes into force next Wednesday, not something which is legacy.
Not sure that I would use the word suboptimal. I don't think any of the independent auditors have found that the approach is suboptimal. I think because they probably examined how in practice this is applied. It is suboptimal, I would say, in terms of how it could be interpreted versus the way it's written. And again, we plan on addressing that. Perhaps have not had time to correct the whole program in time for this document to have been reapproved by the board.
Great, just take issue with something you said. As I understood it, KPMG really did take issue in its 16 May 2018 report with the approach to risk labelling and assessment, which was in the STAR. Is that your understanding of what KPMG had done?
If it's in the report, then I accept that, yes.
Well, yes, I'm saying shortcomings were identified by KPMG in May of 2018 about the risk assessments being undertaken in the STAR. So it's not a new territory I want to suggest to you.
No, but I don't know what the shortcomings necessarily refer to. I would have to go back to the report and read the specifics.
And in any event, you don't really work on what reviewers tell you. You've got your own deep background and you must have your own sense about these things.
I do, yes.
And your sense about this is what? And by this, I mean the fact that a high risk in the STAR is to be on the policies applied as a medium risk. What's your sense about that? Your
I
personal
don't believe
sense?
that's, we couldn't take a blanket statement like that and demote everyone who's high to medium just to accommodate 3 different classifications per Austrac. That doesn't make operational sense.
It doesn't, but it seems to be what the policy says, the standard says.
Right, and as I've said, I believe the internally we have
Yep.
agreed that the policy needs to reflect the practice, and we will do that.
Yes, I understand. And then this may be a bit what you're telling me. If one goes to the appendices to this same standard, and by that I mean standard, enhanced customer due diligence standard, one can see some more detail in Appendix 1 and Appendix 3. And you'll notice, for example, the heading to Appendix 3, Mr. Steiner talks about higher risk customers.
Correct.
This is an example of what you were talking about with respect to the upper levels of risk without being perhaps too precise about the exact label used.
Yes, and I think that's a trend, global best practices to accommodate risk in context. And so someone might be higher, doesn't mean that they're necessarily high on some mathematical formulation or a particular single reason why an algorithm might flag them as high. It's an accommodation holistically of what makes a customer of interest and subject to enhanced customer due diligence.
Yes. And then we have various procedures there in Appendix 3 for what I'll just call generically source of money inquiries.
Sorry, which appendix?
Appendix 3 on page 13 of 17, Mr. Steiner. Then Appendix 4, there's a checklist for what that might look like in practice.
Yes, I see that.
Then if we drill down, maybe it's further, correct me if I'm wrong, into a document called the AML CTF Program Requirements document. Is that the way it works?
Yes.
It's a tab, so you know tab 9.7. And for reference, it's document STA 600500190033. So we're descending beneath the standards now into a bit more detail, is that right?
Correct.
And this document is still in draft.
It is, yes.
And do you know how, and I see on page 4, 0037, you're the author of everything, it seems to suggest.
No, I'm not. I assembled the
Or
document.
almost everything.
I assembled the document.
Yes, you have attribution as the author for everything except 2 entries.
I was assigned to construct this document.
Yes, no, I'm not making anything of it. I'm just noticing that you have some involvement in its construction. Then, how far away from finalisation is this? Do you know?
In terms of percentage, I would say 95% of it is finalized and already implemented. The reason why it's still in draft is because there were a few things that we meant to get into the final version, and the people who might have signed this document left as a result of the Bell hearing. So it never got signed off as version 1.0.
Yes, understand. And then I wanted to direct your attention, please, to page 21 of the document, which is 0054 of the doc ID. It deals with enhanced customer due diligence at section 410, sorry, 4.10. You can see, probably guess I'm going to take you to the first dot point again, recognising it's not the only dot point. And you see there, the trigger is very high risk, but there's a footnote again.
Correct.
It's the same type of footnote, but shorter than the one I showed you took you to in the standard, but again says, if it's very high, then it's considered to be high for the rules.
I think the reason why it exists here is because the purpose of this document is to make sure that what's in here is also in those other documents. BDO, as part of their findings, pointed out that there was no one document that ticked and tied the standard operating procedures of the group operating departments to the prescriptions of the AML program through the AML department. This document does that. That's why the language is identical.
Yes, I see. So it's carried through because it's in the document,
So
not because it itself is correct necessarily.
So when it gets corrected, as we discussed before, it'll get corrected in this document.
Thank you. And then just to understand a bit more about how this document works, page 38 on 0071 of the doc ID, we've seen already some other triggers where one might do, again, just speaking very generally, a deeper dive. And this is one which concerns large cash transactions.
38.
Yes. That is, you might have a source of money. Here it says source of funds, but you might look more deeply into their money arrangements if these sorts of things occur.
Correct.
So in a way, maybe your answer to me in some respects about risk rating is, well, it's the label is one way, but there are other paths to triggering the dive one's got to do on source of funds or
Correct.
wealth. And this is one of them.
Yes.
And not the only other one.
Correct.
And another one I think might be at page 41, 0074. Another one's where they participate in what's said there in the heading to 16.2.
Yes.
And you seem to recognise that as itself involving a risk.
Yes.
I'm sorry, as potentially involving a greater risk than other sorts of gambling activity.
Yes, I do.
And is that related to the greater difficulty in such arrangements, perhaps of identifying who precisely is involved and where, for example, the winnings go?
Yes, it does.
So that too, does that circumstance ever trigger itself a source of money deeper dive?
Should we're out of that business for referring to 16.2.
I understand. For now, it's not
Correct.
it's not part of the business, and so that's right. So it wouldn't be given priority in the update for this for the minute because of that. And then I think we're ourselves are diving deeper into it, maybe too far. Tab 9.8 is the standard operating procedures, and that's document STA 3002 0001 1370. Now these seem to be very much more detailed, how to go about doing it document.
That's correct.
Correct? Very generically described. And here I think Mr. Steiner, the two really relevant task in terms of the questioning I've been asking you about appears in task 7, page 19, document ID 1388. That is, my words, how to go about completing an ECDD.
Correct.
And in particular, I think the two measures which I want to ask you about identify are measures 5 and 7, pages 24 and 27 respectively.
Yes.
And that includes reasonable measures to investigate, using my term again, source of money. And part of that might involve going to third parties to assist with doing that job.
Correct.
And then if one's still got concerns, there are other measures one can take, page 25 in I, alpha I. There, see that just below the middle of the page on the left-hand side. Good. And then in terms of measure 7, some approval's got to be obtained from a certain officer to continue a business relationship in certain circumstances. Now, one of those, if you just look below to 1CI, is if it's very high.
Yes.
Now, I'm not suggesting that's used in the same context we've previously seen of risk ratings to trigger for 15.19. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
This is, in a way, a higher threshold because this is the point at which one's considering ending a relationship, not commencing a deeper dive.
Correct.
And then the only other document I wanted to ask you about was at tab 9.9 in this respect. STA 6005 0019 0001. Could you just briefly explain where that fits into this equation?
I'm sorry.
Where does that document fit into the hierarchy or equation we've just been through?
Part of our governance process within the AML team. This sets out what meetings we have, who attends them, who chairs them, what should be the results of them, action items, how they're assigned. Basically a charter for each one of those.
Thank you. I don't need to ask any more about that. I want to ask you briefly about um, two other types of meetings, but more general ones. One is the patron activity monitoring meeting, and the other is the joint patron risk review meeting.
The joint risk assessment.
The document I'm reading off says both those terms actually, but the heading says joint patron risk review meeting, but the document says joint patron risk assessment meeting. So I think we're talking about the same thing. Are those meetings still operational?
Yes, they are.
And do they form a useful part of your AML program?
They do, yes.
And would you just briefly summarise to the extent you can what the first of those does, the patron activity monitoring meeting?
It's a property level meeting where we assess what we know about that patron. They must have come to notice for some reason. That's the venue by which we discuss those reasons and potential next steps along the path towards keeping those customers or excluding them.
And what's the threshold for coming to notice?
It could be you're the subject of an SMR or multiple SMRs or SMRs for different reasons over different periods of time. It could be a result of an ECDD review or referral from the floor of an unusual activity. There could be a number of reasons why it comes to notice.
Yes. Now, SMR is the suspicious
matter report,
which is the thing you're obliged to do in certain circumstances with AUSTRAC under Section 41 of the Act.
That's correct.
But you're saying there's a range of other circumstances in which it could arise. You seem not to be telling me that the threshold for coming to attention of PAM is or is not a high risk rating.
Could be a low risk customer that comes to PAM.
Yes, I understand. And then the other type of meeting, the joint meeting, is what?
Joint risk assessment meeting is the meeting where we discuss raising a patron's risk. It's usually also the last stand before the patron relationship is terminated. That's the meeting where we make that decision. One of the meetings, I should say.
Yes, I understand. And that's
a group level meeting.
I see. And that's hence the name joint. It's
yes, sir.
Thank you. Now, I'd like to tack a little bit to the second of the things I said I was going to ask you about, and that is the chronology. Now, so it's clear and to make sure you don't have to keep saying it, I'm going to take you to 5 case studies. The bulk of what occurred with those case studies, I want to make clear so that you don't have to all the time, occurred well before, when you went before your involvement with STAR in 2020. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And much of the detail in the chronology you don't have personal knowledge of.
That's correct.
But what's in the chronology, so far as you know, is correct?
Yes.
From documentary source and assistance you've had from others?
Yes.
There is some respects in which the chronologies do involve things happening while you're at the STAR.
Yes.
But we need to read it against the background of the full history and the chronology, so far as you're concerned.
Correct.
In that context, I'm going to these chronologies for limited reasons. I want to tell you what they are so that it's clear. Excuse me 1 minute, if you would. I always have this very important bit of paper and I put it somewhere very important and can't ever find it. In any event, for this purpose, to understand the difference, if at all, between the program that you have in place now at the STAR from the past, and as a way of understanding whether what might have been, and leave that with me for the minute, deficiencies in the system in the past would be repeated today. So could I, and could I ask you to open the chronology? I'm going to go through some detail to ask you those sorts of questions. It's Exhibit 1 to your statement, as I understand it.
Which binder, I'm sorry?
Now, it should be in the binder 1 of the 2 bigger volumes. Right behind the first tab is your statement. Behind tab 9. Does it appear there for you? And it should have a bit of colour in.
Yeah. It's no, it's 0, 3. Oh,
Now, in front of the document should say binder 1, Howard Steiner witness statement.
Yes, I don't see the chronology, or
That's right. We can.
No, no, it's I think it's part of his statement, so in
That's
line, if he.
Yes.
And then goes behind, like to the next page.
Yes. The associate's just assisting. It might be at the back of your statement.
Yeah.
There it is.
That's it.
Thank you. Now, does it have its own separate doc ID for the moment? I'll just check. It does. Well, maybe not separate, but just for the record, the document ID at the top is SDA 4 zeros, 0008, 0333, but it's a continuation, as I understand, of your statement. Now, can I take it then that others prepared this chronology for your benefit?
correct.
Good. So what I'm going to go through is chronology with respect to person 1 for the moment, as a way of testing with you the way in which he would or would not be treated differently now, and what sort of considerations arise. And I think you've already said to us in your statement, you'll see there at item 4, 24th of July 2007, person 1, page 2 of the chronology, was given an indefinite, i.e. no end, by the New South Wales Police Commissioner.
Correct.
What trigger would that have today in your AML program in terms of doing a deeper dive or further dealings with such a person?
I do a deeper dive out of curiosity, but the New South Wales police exclusion would have resulted in an immediate exclusion and issuance of a withdrawal of license group wide, full stop.
And a withdrawal of license is, in effect, what the common law right he would otherwise have to come on to your property as a private property owner would be withdrawn.
That's correct.
And to your knowledge, does that involve any constraints that would prevent you doing that more
Not
widely
the
at
current
law?
program, no.
Then in respect of this person, more occurred, of course, is contained there a chronology and the shaded bits that those assisting you have usefully added. And then at item 11, information comes to light suggesting, I think this is a JRAM meeting, suggesting a risk rating of medium. With what's gone before, items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, would that be a risk rating which your understanding would be? I know you don't govern JRAM, but is that would that be a risk rating that you think would be appropriate, assuming the facts, emphasize assuming the facts at 1 to 10 of the
I
items?
think we would never have gotten to that point because the patron would have already been excluded to not have been considered subsequently for raising or lowering or for some other reason examining the risk rating. That patron having been the subject of a wall and under the new AML program, that would have been the end of it from an AML perspective.
Yes, okay, but assume he'd got this far, what would JRAM on a fact similar to items 1 to 11, assuming they're true, likely now rate the risk?
Risk rating should have been as high as it could have possibly have been, and that should have happened again years before. So I don't know what consideration of raising it even further beyond very high it would not have made any sense.
And the last paragraph on that page, page 3, there's reference to a decrease in risk because of what's considered to be, I believe, mistaken or otherwise. Now, what I want to ask about in that connection is obviously you're not involved in that, but how would TrackVia deal with that sort of a change or attempt to change now someone's risk rating on a mistaken belief or otherwise?
Systematically, I don't think TrackVia would allow it. I think the description here and this chronology seems to be some administrative error, some other mistaken actions that were taken. I don't know what systematic controls were in place then to have prevented that from happening or to have caught it back then. Now it's almost inconceivable that something like that would happen.
And how is it inconceivable? What would stop?
Because any adjustment in the risk rating in TrackVia would necessarily cause a review process, escalation to other people to approve that, and numerous people would catch that in the workflow.
And then at item, I'm sorry, in March 2018, it's a bit of an addition to the chronology. If you turn to page 4 to understand where this fits in, person 1, I want you to assume, was invited to a Baccarat tournament. Were you aware of that as well?
Only from reading the chronology.
Yes, it's not in the chronology, I should say, but
Oh,
not suggesting you should be aware. I'm just suggesting that there's an event missing from there, which
okay.
is not a criticism. It's just something that appears in the evidence. And then in early 2019, you'll see on item 15 on page 4, the STARS whole of group exclusion policy is implemented. Now, that policy slightly predates your commencement, but it's still in force, as I understand it, the same version. In your understanding, how would that policy now require person 1 to be dealt with in light of a New South Wales Police Commission exclusion?
If I'm interpreting the question correctly, I believe that again in 2007, I believe, going back a couple of pages, exclusion by the police in one jurisdiction would automatically result in an exclusion in Group Y.
Yes, but you're not going to be suggesting to me that there's someone would have to do something else in order to verify the basis for what the New South Wales Police Commission done in Queensland. It would be mirrored automatically. Is that your understanding?
Reason is irrelevant.
Thank you. And then oh yes, and then at item 14, sorry, on the same page, there's reference you'll see in the event summary to notes being presented in poor condition, appear to have been wet and some stuck together. How does that feature, something like that feature in your current AML program, if at all?
Like that is a red flag. Cage team members are trained to recognize that, and that would result in Cage team member accessing our SharePoint and submitting what we call a UAR, or unusual activity referral, which would go to the TrackVia system and be assigned to an analyst to review as part of the daily business operations of AML.
It still relies on some cage operator doing it, is that right?
Or surveillance.
Yes, I see.
So someone in the first line of defense who's actually customer facing, handling that cash, has to take notice of something that is suspicious. That's part of their training.
Yes.
And the mechanism by which they can report that is they are trained on as well.
Yes.
And is an automatic interface to the AML team or the
Yes.
AML team system.
But it still seems to require, as you're suggesting, practical action being taken to notice that it is suspicious. I think
Yes.
Well, it's pretty obvious on its face, perhaps, but someone has to know that it's suspicious and then report it. But that's a practical matter rather than a formality at that base level.
I think it's both, because in our training, those sorts of typologies are called out specifically as things that those team members have to report if they see it.
Yes. And you are confident that would be dealt with now because of better training, or
I'm not suggesting the training was bad then. I think the training on these typologies is effective now. We do see referrals from the cage for things of this nature, and we monitor to make sure that we are seeing them with some consistency over time, as we might expect.
Yes, and I do want to point out, you will have seen it in the event detail. I won't read it out, but the third sentence there, that something was lodged in relation to this incident. That thing being lodged is outside the star, not internally in the star.
Well, the cage would not be responsible for lodging those directly.
Oh, I see. Yes, so it's gone to someone who's then told someone else
That's
outside the
AML
star.
team, correct.
I see. But maybe if there is a shortfall, the shortfall is that not only should the outside person be told that something needs to be done inside about a risk assessment
Absolutely.
or action being taken.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, in respect of this person, the Commission's heard evidence about him holding a card which had to be activated and deactivated when he came to Queensland. Are you familiar with that?
I'm not.
And that card, I want you to assume for a moment, was deactivated by reason of it being in effect a group-wide card that had been deactivated by reason of the Police Commissioner's exclusion in New South Wales. And how would that feature in the current AML program, specifically, I mean, would it feature in the AML system that one was deactivating a loyalty card for an interstate person in order they come and play here despite a Police Commissioner exclusion?
I think the deactivation of the card is a consequence of the exclusion.
That's my
and that
understanding.
matter then moves from AML to the operating departments that have to ensure that someone who is excluded does not come on the property. So that would be surveillance or security, and that should be accommodated in their standard operating procedures.
Yeah, so someone would still, it seems then it's taken out of AML hands and it requires on someone not reactivating the card for the purpose of bringing the person here. But that's not, that seems to be outside your AML program at the moment.
It is, yes.
Now, this person one was, as you'll see from page 6, item 20, a diamond member, which I think is the highest tier of membership. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does that fact alone trigger anything of importance for AML?
If I think diamond membership, and my expertise is not in the loyalty program, but if you're invited to become a diamond member, there are certain probity checks that are conducted, at least in New South Wales, they are. But I don't think just because you're a diamond member makes you visible to the AML team for any reason from a suspicious matter detection point of view.
I see.
That means that you've been invited to play because of your worth to the casino.
Yes, I understand. And to your knowledge, do the other tiers below it trigger any attention for the AML?
There are certain triggers to acquire a source of wealth at lower levels than diamond, and those are prescribed by the loyalty program as well.
Now, if you turn, please, to page 7. You'll see at item 22, a risk rating was recorded as being uplifted to critical in 2020 for this person one. Now, a critical risk rating, does a critical risk rating still exist in your AML program?
No.
And do you have insight by virtue of your work into what critical meant?
I'm not aware of what it meant in the context of the program that existed at that time. No.
Yes. And then an SOW is to be requested. Could you remind me what SOW is?
Source of wealth.
Sort of wealth, yes. And then it was obviously being looked at a possible exclusion in Queensland. How would the AML system, if at all, pick up the highest, I think it is critical, risk rating now, and how would assessment of what's to be done be ensured now in respect of a set of facts like this?
There are several triggers that inform the assessment of risk, and all of those are accommodated for discussion in various meetings. You mentioned the charter document that we examined earlier, and there's a process by which we follow to make sure that people don't, quote unquote, fall through the cracks.
Yes, and so far as you can, without revealing too much detail about it, can you explain that process in broad brush?
Broad brush, we take a very, very narrow view of, we have a very low appetite for risk with regard to customer risk. And so things come to our notice with greater alacrity perhaps than they did in the past under the new program. And the way we deal with them is much more efficient. We get paid to make decisions based on risk, and company is vested within the AMLCO position, the authority to make those decisions, and without question.
Thank you. Then item 29 on page 8. You see at the bottom of the page there's reference to person 1 bringing in cash in a plastic bag in straps which were regarded as being very unusual, thick waxy field paper fastened by a hitch with a computer encoded reference on each. Again, would that trigger any particular action in respect of your current AML program? Assuming
Not the context necessarily, but just that alone today would probably result in immediate exclusion.
I see. And who, under the current program, would be responsible for bringing it to the attention of the casino more generally?
Presentation of cash would start with the operating department where it's
Yes.
presented to Cage, for example. Cage team member would submit a UAR letting us know that
Yes.
this happened, or a surveillance might.
Yes.
That would immediately be looked at as part of our normal BAU processes within TRACVIA, be escalated to the ECDD team. The ECDD team would recommend that that person either be placed on the watch list or go directly to JRAM. Those meetings happen every single month, so no one escapes more than 31 days before a decision is made as to whether they should be excluded or there's some other reason that we could have for keeping them around.
And perhaps also the amount here of 149 would also attract the relevant limit we saw earlier. Is that right, for attention?
At 26,
At 29, I'm sorry. Oh, yes, well, the check might, but the cash of 149 would be above the threshold we saw earlier for attention. Is that right?
way above it, yes,
So the mere fact of presenting a large amount might also attract attention.
absolutely.
To suspicious activity. And then 32, item 32, I might ask about this and then suggest a finish for the day. You'll see there in the middle of the highlight, item 32 on page 9, the recommendation was made that to maintain a relationship with the patron, awaiting outcomes from the watch list or PAMs. These are not your views, obviously. But can you think of any basis, assuming the facts you've already seen, upon which one would wish to maintain a relationship with person 1 in the casino? Mr. Goddison, that's about as far as I can take it for the present, given
Yes,
the time.
I think it is a convenient time now, and we'll proceed in the morning. Mr. Steiner, you'll be here at 10 when we resume. No reason for not resuming at 10. We will. We'll adjourn now until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
All rise. This inquiry is adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.